Good morning and welcome to all of you, chat. Thank you for being here and discussing the beginnings of the Barb with me. We have made yesterday level 100, okay, fresh 100 with the unconstrained super berserking Barb. And as you can see, our gear is 412, 7, 8 nowadays. The weapons still need the upgrades, right? So we kind of want to bring all the gear to 8 out of 12 today and then see if we can actually beat the tier 100 pid. Because right now we can do 89. 89 was easy, I have to say. We tried 99, but we took more damage than I expected to. Even though we have all the damage reductions happening. So I'm not sure what I need to change to be even more survivally there. I mean, how? Oh, that's 6 minutes only. We could just try to quickly collect the cinders because I still need to fix this. And then we're going to dive into the first pit. We need to get this a bit further off the chart. So world boss in 5, we could do that too. I mean, step number 1 would be trying to just summon the lady with the mine cage really quickly. Then collect that 250 cinders. I mean, 250 cinders is like, it's like nothing, right? Did that so quick nowadays. Oh, look, there's already one helping me. Yelds. When doing like hell tides, I mostly don't even bother doing double swings, right? It's just like just lunging around. Oh, there she is. Berserker. Dead. Okay, let's summon her straight away again. Maybe we're even gonna get some item upgrades. Okay, if you're not summoning anything, I'll do it for us. Or play hardcore. No, sir. I like to make guides and I like to fool around. And those two things, they don't really interact well with hardcore. Especially the points where I make absolutely obnoxious off-meta things that have no right to work and still tend out to work. That's where it doesn't really agree with hardcore, because imagine like trying to make something work that is like really stupid, but could also be really fun if it actually does, and then dying. Right? So that's like the point where I'm trying to make content here, right? I mean, maybe if I wasn't a content creator, I would play hardcore, but probably not. But it's just simply, I'm trying to have a continuous stream of possible fun content for you guys. I mean, obviously, the advantage of a hardcore content creator is you can just die. And that's content. Oh god, I have 3 minutes to make more cinders. That's gonna be... Oh, she died so fast. It's not even funny. Poor lady. Absolutely obliterated. Yep, eaten. Definitely need to upgrade our last glyph to 21 as well, because we actually swapped in a Wrath glyph for more Wrath than ever. You join me, Drew. I mean, Drew, you could just randomly come to the Helltide, but I'm essentially going to be out in a second again. I mean, I'm literally just here to round this up quickly to try to get the 250 cinder for the what was it called again? For the Tree of Whispers, right? And that's about it. Not doing anything special here. Not doing like a lengthy Helltide farm. No, just literally that. Quickly knocking that out of the equation. I'm usually trying to find like a structure around here, because there is usually tons of structures around here. But every time I look for them, I'm not finding them. YouTube sorely likes hardcore content. Yeah, but why? Like, hardcore content is the same as softcore content, only that you could die. I mean, the thing is, whenever I watch a hardcore streamer, I essentially have seen them just grinding like the lowest tier pit they're comfortable with, and that's it. No risks, no nothing. So I'm genuinely unsure where watching hardcore is more interesting than watching softcore. But as always, you do you, right? Whatever has you interested. But hardcore is just generally not up my alley. I mean, imagine I'm trying to make a guide, and then because I'm trying to explain something to you guys, my character would die while I'm trying to make a guide. That means we can forget about that guide straight away. You know, a single lapse in attention could essentially just stop you from getting a good video. that might help you with your character. Do you have a Barb leveling guide? Yes. I mean, we even have the live streams on YouTube where you can check out how we leveled this Barb from 1 to 100. It took us 7 hours. It was a bit slower than I wanted to be. So the main reason for that is I took so long to understand some Barb things, right? I can't even blame it on the build. It was just me not understanding the basics. Like, how does berserking on the Barb work? It's like, huh? I don't know yet. So I had to like essentially lean back and get those things inside of me to get it. But then, you know, notice a lot more people in hardcore this season. I think you just notice a lot more people in general, Dave. I don't think it has to do anything especially with hardcore or something like that. It's just you notice a lot more people in general because, well, there is a lot more people. I mean, if you consider that the game is on the Xbox Game Pass and now Season 4 is coming and people have the Xbox Game Pass and they might finally be, you know what? I should probably install Diablo. You can't find a good build for boss and AoE. What? You want to do Pit 60 plus? I mean, for Pit 60 plus, like I have no problems with this build. We're gonna jump in the pit in a second, so I can show you. But essentially, I've been playing this now from 1 to 100, and we straight up jumped into the pit. We have killed tormented bosses with this already. So we killed a tormented Grig, and a tormented Grig is essentially me just standing there AFK and winning. Okay? That's it. Is Bash Bleed still number one? Number one for what? Like you have to be always considerate, right? Like, what do you want to do? You want to farm Pit 100s? Pit 100s are going to be easier than ever after the patch. So farming Pit 100s should be possible with almost every single build after the patch, because that's just what it is. And like, if you're asking which is the best build to farm like Pit 140 and beyond, just don't. You know? I mean, the builds that are usually able to farm pit like, you know, 120 plus and so on are the builds that are extremely annoying to put together, with extremely annoying temperings and very specific itemization shenanigans and all that kind of stuff, where you're going to be not having a good time trying to even remotely get that. Apart from Rogue. I wanted to say, which the Heartseeker video is insane, right, Isaac? I'm so happy you gave it a try, because as you're saying, with mediocre gear, you're able to already get things done. I mean, again, this character got 100 yesterday, right? So nothing special. My gear is already a good amount masterworked, but also, like, this is essentially what I found during leveling, minus the Harlequin crest, but that one you can pick up with already your first twink. So that doesn't count as a hard to pick up item anymore, even though people still complain. And yet I am in a good position to at least farm this very comfortable. When I wouldn't like farm any deeper pit, because like 789 I can do, 90 I can do, 99 we weren't able to do. We took too much damage, right? Should I start a Rogue this season? Rogue is insane. And again, Rogue needs minimal gear to be good. I mean, you can clear Pit 100 without a single greater affix item. And this is not me exaggerating. Right? Rogue is incredibly decent, but it needs you to actually not suck at the game. Because with Rogue, you need to be like applying your caltrops in a good way. You also need to understand how caltrops work. So they like, I think for Rogue, it's mostly understanding, right? You can't just slap it together and, like, you know, a lot of people, they simply don't understand how lucky hit and vulnerable and everything kind of works hand in hand. So they're like, I have all the vulnerable damage, but I don't do damage. Why? It's like, sir, because that's just not enough. You also need the attack speed and the lucky hit, and you know, it needs to be a balance. If you max out one of the 3 pillars of the build, and then wonder why you don't have damage, that's because you maxed out one of the 3 pillars, not all 3 pillars, right? So this is right now just dust deviling through, essentially, with subpar temperings, actually, because our temperings are actually ass. And we're still struggling to get Wrath of the Berserker lower cooldown, because that's kind of something I would want to have. But yeah, like this was like no problem now going through. Now for the boss, I'd usually drink the potion to just be AFK standing, but this is like how you like fight the boss, right? You can dash out of the way of the attack there. You don't have to. And you look at the stagger bar, how much the stagger's like going up. As one of the pillars of the build here currently to really get the genius amount of stagger going. And just essentially slash away at your boss. Right now we're trying to also use, let me see if I can, I can probably stand, yeah. I was like, let me see if I can stand in that. Probably not in both, right? I couldn't stand in both. So the main plan is that you're essentially trying to use your shouts right now to reduce the cooldown of your ultimate. Like as you can see, every shout reduces the cooldown of the ultimate by 2 seconds. So more shouts, more reduction. I wish we had more reduction, but we sadly don't. Amount of reduction we're boasting. But yeah, we're like very comfortable with this build when it comes down to the boss fights, because we're not really like in danger, right? Even the Lilith. So just the standard Lilith boop here. I just stand in that. No. We're just tanking this. And then we win. Done. That's essentially with like shitty gear currently, right? What's this build called? This is double swing Dust Devils. And I like double swings more than Whirlwind. So what we have the gloves, we have a sword. That's actually a good sword almost for my dude. I'm just still checking if I get a better pens. It's actually 2 ranks to basic skills, not even terrible. Good. I got clapped hard by Lilith yesterday, first time trying. I mean, you need to be level 100 for Lilith before you actually do her, and you should have masterworked some stuff. Unless you're a necro, then you can do it earlier. And what we're currently considering is if we want to swap away our devilish on the ring, on this to increase our attack speed. Because right now my attack speed is sitting at a comfortable 50%, which is actually nice. But I'm not sure if the bonus damage on these windies is worth it compared to just having more attack speed and hammering out more. That would be more attack speed. Also, the triple damage boost from intercom is shit. The problem is I'm not sure what otherwise I want to play. I've been considering to play... the... what's it called again? Oh, bleed. Jesus Christ. So I wanted to place the aspect of Berserk Ripping. Whenever you deal direct damage while berserking, inflict 30% of the base damage dealt as additional bleeding damage. So that was an assumption, right? To increase our damage. And especially there is a glyph in the Paragon board. Killing a bleeding enemy has a 10% chance to reduce the cooldowns of your non-ultimate active skills by 1 second. Which is intriguing, but it sadly only works with killing enemies. And killing enemies is kind of useless because we're fighting... we're fighting bosses, right? And you don't kill bosses there. You're playing Moonrise. We're not using basic skill, Velo. So Moonrise would only be good if I would use a basic skill. Ergo, if we pump out our... if we pump out our lunging strikes to essentially get the bonus damage boost, but that's not worth it. Get berserking going. I mean, this right now is like a tier 94 because we quickly need to level up our final glyph to 21. because we're currently running a critical strike damage glyph that is influencing our critical strike damage. And if we get that to 21, we are going to get even more critical strike damage. I mean, at this point, we're trying to get to pit 100. And in order to get there, right, every single point of everything counts. Therefore, let's squeeze out the last points of damage, because everything else doesn't make sense. And this is why Barb is so stupid, though, because you're just... I mean, I'm holding down my 2 key, so I'm not walking, right, as you see. Like, I'm not walking and then I'm pressing the 2 key. No, I'm just holding down my 2 key right now. And you're just going forward. And when we leveled Rogue with Heartseeker, and it was the easiest leveling ever. Just gotta learn the mechanics. You cleared a tier 100 pit. Yeah, if you're able to clear 100 pit, you're good for Uber Lilith. You do have to consider one thing though, and that is that for clearing Uber Lilith, you should get yourself movement speed on your boots. So that number 1 lesson, movement speed. When if you don't have movement speed on your boots, then screw you. Like, I would make an extra pair of boots just for Uber Lilith, because in the phase 2 with the fireballs, if you're not having any kind of movement speed, you're just screwed, and it's going to be annoying, and you don't want that, right? Simple as cake. Who wants that? I want to see how much more damage we deal with the bleeding aspect, especially since we got the bleed stun down there as well. Just notice how annoying this particular dungeon is. Oh, double greater affix ring. Jeez. They definitely buffed the chances for these drops, and they didn't tell us. I will die on this hill, chat, but they definitely buffed the chances for greater affix items to drop, because the amount of things I've gotten in the past like week, right, compared to before, is just silly. So that is currently Wrath. Wrath is finally 15, and with Wrath being 15, which is fantastic, I can consider changing my Paragon board, because I needed to put a point stupid just to get Wrath activated. The Wrath gives me, for every 5 decks perched within range, you deal bonus critical strike damage, right? We do have minimal points in. That's it. We don't put a crazy amount of points right now. When we could get damage reduction while healthy though, so there's a consideration to essentially say, hey, maybe these 4 points, like we could go for these 4 points instead, right? So that's also good, because this gives another 5% damage reduction while healthy, which just literally not hurt to have. With Rogue, you need to play with a bit more brain. Yes, you do. But who tried to call me? Like, I'm always weirded out by people trying to call me. It doesn't help though that I barely save people in my phone. Like, the only person that's actually saved in my phone is my wife. So like I don't have anyone else really, you know, saved. So if I get randomly called, I'm kind of like, I don't know who you are. You get an Easter egg I can buy off you. No, I don't have any spare, sir. I'm in great need of all my attack speed rings myself. The advantage of Barbarian is really that you can just no-brainer everything, right? I mean, right now I'm just holding down my button. I don't care about anything. But I just hold down my 2 button and I move forward and I get this cleared. I mean, I need to clear this right now for glyph XP, not for loot. So I'm like basically just killing the minimal things available, and the rest I'll just leave alone. find the Silken Spires. That's that, you know, that's a great advantage. I mean, sometimes you just don't want to think much while playing. Like literally, if you want to farm Helltide, nah, like yeah, honestly, the Rogue was the best for farming Helltide because of the ranged option. Heartseeker actually was really nasty because Heartseeker is heart-seeking. Okay, so you hold down the button, and even if you don't shoot at your opponents, you're still hitting them. Actually, really toxic how useful Heartseeker is in that regard. You have max resist? No, I don't. That's the crazy part. Was watching some of your Elden Ring content, good videos. Oh, don't worry, there's more to come. We have another good build planned for the start of the DLC, I think. If I manage to get that one out, because the DLC is already like 5 days away. But I barely have time to actually cut that video. Where's the last Silken Spire? Donde está la biblioteca? Yeah, you heard right. Where's the last Silken Spire? Tacit of the Dawning Sky is never good. Like, literally never good. Tacit is an item you use until you have something else, right? That's usually how I personally treat Tacit of the Dawning Sky. Okay, so they're taking like a percentage bleed damage. I'm just not sure how much that is. And if it's worth it. Let's get this to 21 because I just want to get my crit bonus as high as possible. So it's not the biggest gain in crit damage I'm getting here. But I'm still, it's another 50 points, right? So for every level we put this glyph up, it's just like another, like the 20, 30, 40, 50. And then I'm stronger. I do more damage. So it's like, I like to call this free damage because I've now put the 29 points in dex already, correct? And if I put the 29 points in dex, why wouldn't I take the free damage? You're often out of fury. You need fury per second item. I have fury per second on my boots and fury per second on my chest. And why is fury per second so good? Let me explain. Since if you're berserking, you get a fury generation multiplier by 18%. That means if you have 10 fury per second, that's 10 fury per second times 18%. Then when you use your rallying cry, you get another 56% fury generation, which then makes your 18 like your fury that you already have times the 18% times another 56%. So suddenly, instead of generating 10 fury per second, you're roughly at 20 fury per second, right? And if you have then more fury generation items that are passive, or if you have some fury generation on your rings, Masterwork, for example, Tempered, then you're suddenly sitting at a fury generation of like up to 40-50%, and you're consistently just generating roughly 20 fury, plus then the fury bonuses you're actually getting, and suddenly you are just unable to run out of fury. Did you use the Rogue Tempers? No, I'm not using the Rogue Tempers, even though I have the Rogue and I have the Rogue Tempers, because I find it silly. Especially, so like, let's say I make a Dust Devil Barb guide, right? Let's say I make this guide right now. And my recommendation to you is, hey, so if you want to play this, and if you want to beat Pit 100, you have to make a Barbarian, and then you have to level up a Rogue, and then you can actually do it. This is not a recommendation I could ever make, because that would be the dumbest thing to do, right? Hey, chat. In order to play my build, you need to level up a Barb and a Rogue to level 100, and then you can play the build. That's weird. How do you keep berserking up constantly? Actually, simple. So Warcry starts berserking, correct? I Warcry, I get berserking. And then when you double swing, you extend berserking by 2 seconds. So like you notice, double swing, double swing, double swing. And I like always double swing, so I never not double swing. I mean, the trick with the rogue thingy is something personal you can do if you feel like it, right? If you have a rogue leveled up, if you want to do this, then do it. But I can literally not use that as a recommendation for my guide, right? I can tell you that it's an option and it will make the build stronger. But if I start using it myself, I'm setting unrealistic expectations because I'm like, hey, you can beat Pit 100. Oh, like the only thing you have to do is level up a rogue. That seems kind of like disingenuous, right? Because I can't expect you to have a Barb and a rogue leveled up. That's just me, like, the way how I make guides. Again, I am not... How do I put this now? I am not a player. I am not a content creator who is gonna be pushing the deepest pit possible, right? I'm not Rob. I'm not sitting around with, like, Makuna and we're trying to beat the pit now on the highest level. I'm simply not gonna do that. I'm providing guides for the casual gamer, for everyone out there. And these guides, they don't have an advantage of adding these kind of things. Right? I leave the deep diving to younger people, to people that have more time than me and more will, and I focus rather on making good fun guides for you guys. I mean, is this the best Barb build? Hell no. There's better Barb builds. But did this get to 107 hours? It did. So why don't you change lunge for leap? So we're definitely going to consider changing lunge today, but I don't know what to. That's my problem. So yes, I do agree we don't need lunge. We can get rid of lunge. That is absolutely correct. You are not wrong. I just don't see for what I would like to change it. Sure, we could go for leap. Sure, leap could get some cooldown reduction. We could also introduce the leap quake thingy where we do use leap. We could have put charge in just to have another unstoppable. We could put kick in. But all of this is kind of like, oh, I need to look if my wife's actually awake. Sorry, I wasn't sure. Weapon chain for vulnerable. I actually don't need weapon chain for vulnerable. Because right now we are doing vulnerable over this. Lucky hit up to a 40% chance to make enemies vulnerable. It's perfect and there's zero downside from that. Okay. Okay, last dungeon, then we're done. That's like the thing. We could consider playing Ground Stomp. His wife awake. Waifu was out for a show with her girlfriends, and they partied all night, which I'm very glad about, because I'm happy that my wife has an active friend group, because I don't. No, I'm a very... I'm not an introvert person, but I don't need to hang out with people. You know, I hang out with you guys. You're my friend group, essentially. Right? I don't need to go out partying or drinking with the boys. It doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't make me happier. You know? Socializing is exhausting. I am better off staying at home and making YouTube videos. That makes me happy. I know this might sound sad for the one or the other person, but I'm a very number-driven person, and I blame my ADHD to that. So if I make a good YouTube video that performs well, that gives me happiness. I mean, it gives me money too, but it gives me happiness. It gives me like the level of happiness that my wife gets from going out with her girls, you know? And that's where I'm like, if she has an active, fun friend group, then I'm just very, very glad, you know? And it's the last thing I need. Please keep those active friend groups away from me. So yeah, but she was out, and that's why, you know, she's like, I had to make sure she's actually awake right now. And not half asleep. I get to spend an evening with my children too alone. And like, you know, it's fun to spend time as a family, but I also like to do daughter and dad time, and we do stupid things. You know? If mom ain't watching, we can do stupid things. Pancakes on the couch. Doing like throwing the children around on their mattresses. The way where mom says we shouldn't do that because it's dangerous. You know, these kind of things. You know what I'm talking about. The unsupervised playtime. Where are the tornadoes coming from? We have multiple levels of tornadoes. So we shout and tornadoes are coming out. These tornadoes are, due to shout, also a bigger size, and they do more damage the bigger they are. So 100% size, 100% bonus damage. Awesome. My tornadoes are also doing millions of damage at this point. Okay. Then whenever you double swing, you actually do launch out tornadoes too. So I double swing tornadoes. And the interesting part now on top of that is whenever I spend 100 fury. Okay, so every double swing costs 15 fury. I double swing like crazy. So whenever I spend 100 fury, I essentially make even more tornadoes. And this is an interesting part because right now I'm actually hurting myself. Why am I hurting myself? Because the Ring of Starless Skies might give me 50% more damage, correct? But it also reduces the cost of my double swing by 50. Actually, that's not true. Wait, let me release my brain. This was a problem for the Pulverized Druid. Here it's different. It says every 100 fury you generate. So the more fury I generate, the better it is. And I am generating fury essentially with fury per second, with berserking, with like using my rallying cry to generate fury. So the more fury you make, the better it is. And there comes an interesting point in with essentially fury generation and everything to make as much fury as possible. That you're just keeping this up, right? This is at 16 right now, and it can actually be more. The problem for the Druid was that you essentially reduced your fury cost and you couldn't use the Banished Lord's Talisman. How does fury remain so high? I mean, right now, during the fight, I have a fury regeneration of 24 fury per second. 24 fury, and my thing costs 15, so I can physically not run out of fury. It's impossible. I can simply not run out of fury. So we're thinking about playing Rumble, right? You deal 10% increased damage to bosses and crowd-controlled enemies for each active earthquake. My question is, can I spam? What I wanted to know is, if I use that aspect, can I spam my double swing, but also spam ground stomp, for example, to make earthquakes? How's this against bosses? We have cleared Pit 89 and a Tormented Boss, so both things are easily possible. But I want to go further. So this is like, it's easily possible, but I'm not happy yet, right? I am not 100% happy. We need to see how good the new aspect is doing. So today we're rotating aspects. We're right now playing the whenever you deal direct damage while berserking, inflict base damage dealt as additional bleeding damage. I'm a bit held up by the base damage because if I now do a hit against an enemy, correct? Boss, single training dummy. So if I do a hit against an enemy, right, I deal base damage to them while berserking. So I berserk and then I deal base damage to them. So it's like just minimal bleed damage. If we're looking now at the damage numbers. Looking at, right, so we need to wait, I need berserking back. So let's wait for that for a second. And it might be able to infinitely keep berserking up, right? So you do the berserking. And if you're looking at the bleed damage, it's like, it's not that much. See, I do, it's some, right? It's some. I'm not sure how much that actually stacks up. So the thing though is if they're bleeding, okay, now if the enemy is bleeding and we have the anemia going, damaging bleeding or vulnerable enemies has an up to 30% chance to stun them. So we're essentially stunning with the bludgeoning and we're stunning with this a lot. So the enemy is consistently getting staggered. I mean, look at the stagger bar here right now. Like how fast we're essentially filling up stagger partially, right? We're just getting this up really quick. My build applies vulnerable over lucky hit. Lucky hit vulnerable, 40% chance. And until I have that, I'm essentially using the exploit glyph. But we swapped the exploit glyph out for Fury, for Wrath, and now skills that critical strike generate 3 Fury. So that means whenever I crit, right, I generate 3 Fury, which also leads to me never running out of Fury. And as you can see, I am just critting, right? This is just millions of damage. My thought, though, is could I now take Lunging Strike out and, for example, add to the whole equation... Let's say we would be adding... so, for example, we could add Ground Stomp to this, right? So I would do this, and then I would Ground Stomp. And we would add Ground Stomp does Earthquakes. The problem is we would need the Ground Stomp cooldown to be lower so that we can do more Ground Stomps. Because we were thinking about what if we do... Earthquakes. So either the Earthquake-esque Ground Stomp creates an earthquake, damaging enemies. For seconds while standing an earthquake, you deal bonus damage. Cool. Right? We could do that. We could have our Ground Stomp make earthquakes. But for that, we would need the Ground Stomp cooldown to be lower because right now it's 12 seconds. And increase Ground Stomp duration by 1 second. That wouldn't increase the earthquake duration, right? And Ground Stomp reduce the cooldown of your ultimate skill by 2 seconds for each enemy damaged by Ground Stomp. That could work because we kind of want our ultimate skill as often as possible. Right? Then we could alternatively play Leap. But I'm just unsure if I now want to mess around with Ground Stomp essentially. Right? And just play around with that and see what we can do. Or if something else would be more opportune. The 12 seconds, it was kind of like, eh. People are charged for mobility. I don't need any mobility. Well, what do I need mobility for? Like, I know people like to leap and charge around, but there's like zero need for mobility in any way. I mean, the good thing is I currently have my shouts reduce the cooldown of Ground Stomp. But if we now play, like, we could play the bleeding aspect still, but the 30% bleeding damage just doesn't seem to be enough. I don't know if this is stacking. So one thing I don't understand, whenever you deal direct damage while berserking, inflict 30% of base damage dealt as additional bleeding damage. But does that stack? So if I'm now berserking the whole time, right? Does that bleeding damage just stack and stack and stack and stack? Because I'm berserking, right? Every hit is essentially applying bonus bleeding damage. Does that mean they're getting like tons of... Oh, that's millions of bleeding damage. Okay, so it does work like that. Huh. Okay, so it does work like that. I wasn't sure if it does work like that because that would be a lot of things. Only buff is not a sustainable development for games, Marino. It is in case of ARPGs because things being stronger is just more fun. Again, they can't nerf Barb. They can only make things work. The problem, so right now you have to understand that nerfing Barb means ruining other classes. So they tried, for example, to make Overpower. They nerfed Overpower because Barb Overpower was too strong. What did they do? They nerfed the Banished Lord's Talisman. What did that do? It nerfed every single other class Overpower-wise but Barb. So if Barb wanted, they would still be the strongest Overpower class possible. No other class could Overpower-wise keep up with Barb. So yeah, nerfing that did nothing. Okay, we're going to keep the bleeding aspect because I kind of like this. The bleeding aspect works. What I'm thinking about is dropping anemia currently because I could go for the Ground Stomp, right? For the Earth thingy, technically. No, Earth thingy was... What Earth thingy was damaging here, so that wouldn't actually work. So we could keep anemia and the bleeding, and we could still keep the Ground Stomp for reasons, but we, again, could also just reset the Ground Stomp right now for Leap. But if I do Leap and I don't have any cooldown reduction, that kind of feels useless. I would rather go for Charge. Because why, like, Leap doesn't make you unstoppable. Wouldn't Charge just straight up be better? Because my problem is reduce Charge cooldown by 2 seconds for each enemy hit. No, that makes no sense. Yeah, so I would just use the charge, but simply for becoming unstoppable. It seems the most reasonable thing for me. Because otherwise, I don't need any like other source of mobility, right? If a chest with 4 ground stomp, no, I don't want more ground stomp at this point. I mean, like ground stomp, like again to reduce the cooldown, I would have to put points in. I don't just see where it would make us better, but let's try 79 now with a bleed and see how much that works. Iron Skin has an aspect that makes you unstoppable, but we're not even playing Iron Skin. So Banishlo's Talisman get nerfed, in case you missed it. Okay, let's see how much that bleeding stacks up. Because that was always my concern about the bleeding aspect. It seemed so underwhelming. So again, an understanding mistake on my side, because I assumed that the bleeding base damage thingy was not stacking up. But if it stacks up and you're essentially just continuously bashing away at the opponent, then that's 3 millions of damage. We're going to keep the damage numbers up for a second. I usually turn the damage numbers down, but I really need to see how much the damage numbers are doing right now. Right? To understand, like, how much worth it the bleed is or not. Oh, we get essentially assassinated. It feels really bad when you get assassinated as someone who has like tons of damage reduction and 49,000 life, right? That feels bad. You're like, I don't feel like I should be getting assassinated, but that's just like, you know, that's just like my thought. That, sir, like, you know, with the amount of damage reduction and everything I have going on, that you assassinating me should be not a thing, a possibility. Oh, that stuns too. That's actually interesting. So I can use the charge to stun elites in a pack. And then I could reset the charge cooldown with my cries. Because right now we're resetting cooldowns with cries here. And then I can charge in and stun people. And then I can walk up to these nerds, right? Charge again, reduce the damage taken. Then with my shouts, again, reduce the thingy here. Charge in. Get everything stunned for a second. Okay, you know what? The charge actually works because we really don't need the lunging strikes at this point. Do you have the Gushing Wounds key passive on? No, right now we have the Berserking keys passive on. And we will try out Gushing Wounds as well. So again, we are running Berserking and we're going to be... we're going to try out if Gushing Wounds could be worth it. Because the thing is right now, we're permanently Berserking. That means a permanent damage increase of 100%, right? Because the Berserking key passive gives you another 75% bonus damage. So our Berserking essentially gives us 75%, 100% bonus damage, and we're permanently Berserking. I mean, like you don't see me not Berserking, right? So we're just going away here, and we're just doing damage. What build this called on YouTube? It is the Barbarian, the 1-to-100 Barbarian that we put up. The Dust Devil Solo Barb. Would damage to close temper not be better than damage while Berserking since it's a higher roll? Yes. But it's what I have. I mean, the problem is when you're trying to temper damage to close, you might also get damage to distant, and that's already a break, right? But I just went for damage while Berserking because that's just always active and it always works. It was just the easiest to pull through. Okay, let's see how the boss fight will feel now. Just like that bleed stack. Okay, die nerds. Now let's see the bleed stack. That's a bonus stagger. It's actually not a bonus stagger. Or did it do stagger? Didn't pay attention. Okay, the bleed is like such a tiny thingy there only. But it still seems to we still seem to be doing more damage. Yeah, see that unstoppable from the charge was actually quite useful now. I would say the fight is like by what, 30% faster? currently. From the level I damage I feel like we're dealing. I kind of like to stop doing damage for a second just to see like how much bleed is ticking. That kind of interrupted that though. Uncle, I'm not getting stopped by you. Yeah, it ticks essentially for millions. Okay. That was faster. So the bleeding is definitely worth it. That's confirmed. Stygian Stone for perfect. So that aspect here with the base bleeding damage by 30%, that's doing a lot. How do we capitalize on this now though? That's the question. How do we make this more worth it? I mean, you could put this on the amulet instead of the devilish aspect to essentially do more bleeding, but that seems stupid. With the anemia, we're doing a lot of stuns. I mean, what chat was saying is we could consider doing this, gushing wounds. So when causing an enemy to bleed, you have a chance equal to your critical strike chance to increase the bleed amount by 140% of your critical strike damage bonus. So critical strike chance is currently 40%. We're almost at 40%. Right? So critical strike chance almost at 40%, and our critical strike damage bonus is 820%. And we still don't have like critical strike damage bonus here, and we're lacking some. We could go up to 900. So technically, but overpowering a bleeding enemy creates an explosion that inflicts, and we overpower a lot too. Gushing and hemorrhage node in the Paragon board. Let me see hemorrhage. Your bleeding damage is increased by 15% of your vulnerable damage bonus. But I have no vulnerable damage bonus. It's 3%. So that wouldn't really work because I only have crit strike, right? I don't have vulnerable damage. My vulnerable damage bonus is nothing. You need a grandfather for bleeding build in best case. The question is not, do I need grandfather? The question would be, would this do more damage than the Berserking? Because let's go back. Right now, Berserking gives me a 100% damage bonus instead of 25%, while Gushing Wounds is kind of like, does it actually do more damage? And for this, we're going to test now, because what was this now? That was a 6-minute clear. You're missing so much to make this good. You just follow someone's guide. Thank you, Christopher. Your advice is really not appreciated because you could have helped instead, but you decided to just be useless. Yikes. It looks like you want to go all in on bleed. No, I want to see what you could pivot to if you need to pivot. Because technically, I don't need to pivot. That's the thing. So I could just 12 out of 12 this gear, and I could clear tier 100, right? But that's not the question, right? We went from 1 to 100 with this, really easy. Now we can clear things really easy as well. But we still want to see how could we improve the build furthermore now. So what is easy improvements that don't break it, that don't necessarily force me to go in a direction I don't want to go into? All right, let's increase our size of Dust Devils to the max currently. That was insane. That was useful. Because currently we're sitting at 57% Dust Devil size. I mean, we're currently trying to get the Fierce Winds maxed because I don't have Fierce Winds maxed yet. Yeah, we're still sitting at... So annoying. Good. We are one. Oh, we wanted to reroll the damage here. Try to get critical strike damage. Ta-da. So that's even more. And now we're going to essentially take the Berserking off and we're going to go into the Gushing Wounds. I wouldn't do this while leveling because while leveling, the Berserking is just straight better. But now that we're in the pit, maybe it's a better choice, right? Is it normal to be constantly out of Fury on World Tier 2? I've been using Fury to generate more Fury because Bash is too slow. I've been using Lunging Strikes, and Lunging Strikes have been doing wonders. You want to look out for Fury per second items because Fury per second items are amazing, right? Oh, that thing is back in the... Okay, the bleed we're putting out looks significant. I mean, more crit chance would obviously make me bleed harder. I mean, he just bled out there. Did he actually bleed out? Yeah, he just bled out. That's funny. Let's see. We had a 6-minute clear, I think. I think it looked like a 6-minute clear. I didn't pay like 100% attention. I'm not sure if we want to force overpower somehow, because it says when we overpower, we do the blood explosion, if that's anyways worth it. Or do I just hope that my Dust Devils overpower randomly? That's my question. Perfection. Are you using Berserk Ripping? Yes, we're using Berserk Ripping. So we're essentially having Berserk Ripping up to make sure that we base bleed something. Then we have now the key passive for bleeding active as well. We have 40% critical strike chance, which could be optimized up to 50% with more tempering and masterworking. We get the bonus attack speed. So that all seems to be working good. I'm not sure if we're faster right now. I mean, usually we take around 4 minutes to the boss at this stage. So I would reckon it seems a tad faster. It might be that it's just easier opponents. And we're probably going to die to poison in a second. When we're essentially missing 75% of our damage that we usually have, and we converted that 75% of our damage that we're missing over to bleed damage. Now is the question, obviously, should we be playing the bleed damage Paragon glyphs? Because there is some bleed stuff in the Paragon board that we could be interacting with that we're not interacting with right now. Trinit Sword Technique? No, we're currently doing more damage versus vulnerable, but that might be not the best option, to be honest. So we're having the axe still going as we're using the axe for our other build, or for the base build. But still like small leaps in improvement, but without exchanging too much, because again, you want the build to be like transitionable. No, this is going good. I feel like we're faster. Despite essentially trading save damage for percentile chance damage. Because that's like the thing, right? The bleeding we're doing with the key passive is maybe damage. It's maybe damage. Like maybe if we're critical striking, we're maybe dealing damage. You know the good old maybe damage. Whereas Berserking is just like, it's just 100% damage, right? It's just damage. Okay, we're definitely faster. So we just went faster through, but it might just be better opponents. So that doesn't count. Let's see versus the boss now. Oh, sure, the sharpshooter. Well, that seems to go vastly faster, or it's just because it's the sharpshooter. It just does feel so inconsistent, you know? Oh, that almost shredded me. Yeah, we're faster. Okay, so that's just faster, straight of the rib. Interesting. I could dodge with this, so the actual charge is working out nicely currently. Like it's just adding good to the build, like right in the overall mobility department. It's just adding nicely to it. I kind of want to. I'm taking this. I'm not moving. You're mine, and I'm not moving. Okay, that worked. Correct? So would you say that seemed faster to you? So what did he say? 200 sword expertise. 8% of direct damage you deal is inflicted of bleeding damage over 5 seconds. So that would add to it, correct? Would that be better than just doing 10% more damage to vulnerable enemies? And critical strike chance against vulnerable enemies. I mean, I need the crit chance, I guess. Max expertise in this case, I think it's just straight up better. Right? I just don't see where the others would hold up against that. Because the rank 10 additional bonus wouldn't work against bosses. It can be worse if it can be better if you invest more in crit damage. See, the thing is, we have currently 1,000 in crit damage. We have the we have the grandfather, but again, grandfather is not an option for this build. Like, yes, yes, we can put on the grandfather later to test, but it's just not an option to make the build work. I hope that's understandable why I'm not one to do that. So the main thing I need to do currently is just push my crit chance higher. Because my crit chance is currently residing at only 38.2. And the problem is the twin strikes. I like the twin strikes. I like it a lot. The problem is the twin strikes are stealing you for 31.5% damage. They're essentially stealing you a 15% crit chance. Right? You're playing with a two-handed axe. We have a two-handed axe. But so what I didn't understand yet about the thingy. So it says when using any weapon, we get the vulnerable damage, right? And if I'm using an axe, but what does that mean? Like using an axe means if my double swing would essentially utilize the axe, correct? Then I would get the critical strike chance bonus. Correct? Correct? Surely. Surely. So I don't think we need more crit damage. Crit damage doesn't do more. We need more crit chance. So just the mere chance to critical strike needs to be higher. And for that, I need to essentially just masterwork my rings up to get more crit chance. Like here, this is at 10.8%. It's actually hit twice. That's kind of interesting. which brings us up to 40%. So more crit chance would give us more things. Again, in the Paragon board, we have some... What is it like? In the Paragon board, we have some bleed nodes. That is like damage to bleeding enemies, right? That's damage reduction from bleeding enemies. So this is essentially making us easier to survive. That one is useless. We don't have the whole hemorrhage board, so that's like one thing to think about. So we're currently here in this board. What does the hemorrhage board look like? Hemorrhage has willpower. Hemorrhage has dex, physical damage over time. I mean, technically, I could take the dex notes here to just get the glyph working. Damage reduction from bleeding enemies again. That'd be nice. I mean, this is useless for us right now, but technically this board here over the... I mean, right now we're just running this to essentially activate the Wrath Glyph. If I could play a little bit around with this... There what where I could activate the other glyph? Yeah, I think gloves with like so right now we're having the right now we have the twin strikes, but if I had a glove that had critical strike damage, attack speed, and critical strike chance, for example, I think that would straight up be better. And double swings, attack speed, and crit chance. Because with a 15% crit chance bonus, then we're like at levels that would be insane. The problem is I don't have gloves that have twin strikes on them. I don't think I need gloves with twin strikes on them though. But if it says off base damage, does that mean the twin strikes base damage too? So this says 30% bonus damage dealt as base damage dealt as. Does that mean the twin strike base damage? So the more ranks I have in twin strikes, the actual better it is. Right? 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 And I don't have any twin strike going on. Are you using the martial glyph? I think we have martial active, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we have martial active, obviously. Martial is amazing. So much life. The crazy part is we have so much life with a potion currently, but we have, we don't have presence here. We're missing presence, Chad. So we're essentially missing another, and we don't have the big rubies. These are not rubies, Chad. Okay, let's do another one with this setup here currently. Another 79. We could also do an 89 to just see how fast this is going. But let's do a different boss, just to push this a bit more forward. One thing I, by the way, noticed, if I use the charge is using my two-handed bludgeoning weapon, right? And if the charge is using my two-handed bludgeoning weapons... Oh, I did not expect you to actually kill me with your fire. If the charge is using my two-handed bludgeoning weapon, then it has a very high lucky hit chance to actually do people dirty. Because we're running the concussion and the wall up and everything. So we want people to, like, you know, get stunned. And that charge would then be super stun, bonus stun, super stagger, potential multi sources of stagger. I'm not sure about using Wrath of the Zerker though, because Wrath of the Zerker seems just so underwhelming. I mean, I thought Necromancer had shitty ultis, and it does, but it feels like Necro has even feels like Barbarian has even more shitty ultis, right? I mean, it's a nice damage boost, but it's just like not happening like often enough to be worth it. Makes me actually sad. Or do they make a bunch of ultimates that just don't feel good? And we need gloves with crit chance to really test this. I feel like without crit chance gloves, this wouldn't be, this doesn't like feel like it's gonna be perfection. It doesn't feel like an ulti. I think double the uptime would already make it feel like an ulti. I mean, like, so either double the uptime or just a lower cooldown, because having like a 50 second cooldown on a skill that is up for 5 seconds. I mean, especially it makes Berserking like seem hard to achieve, but Berserking is like super easy to hold up, and it has like this bonus stipulation where if you do a basic skill, then the Berserking duration is extended. You're like, yeah, but I have Berserking up unlimited. Why would I need something to get even more Berserking? Right? What would that do for me? I already have Berserking infinite. Oh, no, 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 no. Get stuck there because that dude didn't die. At times you kind of feel like you're doing more damage, and at times it kind of feels like you're doing less damage, because the bleed is like so inconsistent due to like not having enough crit. So that's like a thing. You realize your crafting mistakes. Thomas, I'm happy we could help you with the crafting. I do, honestly, I love making build guides, but I do enjoy more making like explanatory meta videos about the game in general, right? Like, you know, crafting system, mistakes to avoid, stuff like that, because it's just more interesting to see what actually helps people, right? You never know what piece of knowledge might actually help someone. Like, you simply never know. Looking at it and like, is this actually good information, right? Is like, if I tell you that you can right click your glyphs in a nightmare dungeon, you level them up faster, is that good information? Is that useful information? It is. But how many people does that really help? How old is it already, right? Yeah, we need more crit chance. Okay, so I guess, does anyone have twin strike gloves with crit chance? Does anyone have twin strike gloves with crit chance? I think we're gonna go on Diablo trade and buy them. Not twin strike, like, yeah, dual swing gloves with crit chance. Jesus. I need to buy them, I guess. With Holy Bolt is cakewalk. Don't rely on Holy Bolts. If you're still relying on Holy Bolts, you're come on. Every build has to work with Holy Bolts. Holy Bolts is merely a bonus you could get. I'm overall like content with the changes we put down. Oh, come on. Ah, you stunned me. Well, we have the charge. I'm still not 100% sure if we're doing more damage with this or less damage. I just can't decide. I mean, it does seem faster, but at the same time, it does seem slower. You activate Berserking. It's a nice damage boost when you have it activated, right? I guess it's honestly all about more crit chance at this point. I should be able to tank this, right? Yeah. It's like no matter if we're only doing 79, being able to do 79 without dying is nice. So she has a lot of HP. She was a bit tedious to kill. I really need to sit and take time to understand what makes a build work in the Paragon board. Yes, Paragon boards are the most important thing in the game and often underestimated by people. That's a very interesting chest because that has max life and armor. That means I can actually swap out my pants because my pants are currently running the armor, but the max life is low. So that's actually like not a bad piece of equipment there. I mean, still, we could still think about dropping charge for something else to increase our DPS. So charge is mainly in there just as another source of unstoppable, right? I mean, technically, you could put in rupture. Which will give you skewer enemies in front of you, dealing damage which guaranteed to overpower, then rip your weapon out, damaging enemies for their total bleeding amount and remove all bleeding damage from them. Yeah, this will give boss damage increase, right? Hitting at least one enemy with rupture heals you, but that's useless. Hitting enemies with rupture increases what? Really? Attack speed? I mean, that would work better than charge in terms of damage increase, correct? The melted hard neck, yeah, Tovu, we could use the melted hard neck, but again, that is not a recommendation for the build, right? Where we're trying to make the build work more, right? not like introduce some weird things. That one is useless, death blow, right? I mean, we could try rupture instead of this just to see where it goes. So it's rupture and rupture for that. When rupture has a 7.45 seconds cooldown, but we could reduce that cooldown. We could go for critical strike. Let me see if I have critical strike. I have gloves with 3 to core skills and critical strike chance. I mean, that could work. Well, I would hate to ruin these gloves now by trying to roll for attack speed, but it's what it is, right? So if I now roll the life on hit for... Could you be attack speed, please? I want attack speed. Thank you. Appreciation. Wait, isn't this a core skill too? Oh, it's not a core skill. Did they, like, is it not for every class like that? Huh. I was, okay, doesn't count. Okay, so these gloves, you notice how much they're essentially performing better, right? You now, like, we would have to, oh, we have an aspect slot too. Okay, that's actually interesting. So we would be losing our twin strike damage, right? Our double swing damage. But we would technically be getting an aspect slot, which is actually kind of nice. So we could add another aspect for whatever. I mean, do we have anything bleed related that we could use? I mean, stunning a bleeding enemy deals 37 of their total bleeding damage as physical damage. Technically, we're stunning all the time. Technically, we're stunning all the time. Rupture does not remove the bleeding damage from enemies. Is that good? We don't need a curse touch. We don't need a curse touch. That's not important. I mean, Skullbreaker seems cute because we're technically consistently stunning the enemy with everything we do. Because we have anemia for the stun, right? And we have our daze. That's kind of like a stun. You could even temper for a stun, but we're stunning actually with our thingy, very likely. I want to try out Skullbreaker just to see how that does. No, I'm not even sure if that's good or bad or ugly. Just like we, Chad. Good, bad, and ugly. Good. We're gonna go for still damage while berserking. I've just tempered damage while berserking and everything, so I'll just keep like damage while berserking currently. Okay, damage while berserking, thank you. And usually I would go for the concussion here. But technically you could temper another lucky hit chance to stun if you're already playing that. Let me just do that for another stagger because they count as stun when they're stunned, right? Just want to know that. We need another 20 Opticide. Was it 20 Opticide or more? Go for 60. Turn that into Ingolith. Oh, wow. Okay, suddenly we are at 11% attack speed and 10% crit chance, so we're sitting at 50% crit chance. So that's a big difference, right? My attack speed bonus is now lower, and we lost our ranks to double swing, so that's a bit of a bummer. But let's see where this goes. What's the character have a Shrek aura? Gameplay, player highlight color. How much crit damage you get? We get 1,000%. So not too much, just enough to make it worth it. And consider the changes. I mean, right now I like what we're doing to like post this forward. Or sending me a WhatsApp message. Okay, so how do I use Rupture? Just every now and then, sparingly? Do I spam it? Do I use it whenever available? You're liking gold? Trade. For gold, you need to trade, and that's not an option. That's just what it is. You want gold? Go trade. I feel like we're doing vastly more damage because right now my aspect of the bleeding stun damage thingy is just overperforming. That's what it seems like. Ah, I'm stuck. Sorry. I had a moment. I had a moment there. I might have panicked slightly. I mean, it's not even hardcore. Still panicked. Stun Gods, I know we're playing Wallop and Concussion, and essentially we have 105% lucky hit chance to stun an enemy with our double swing. So we're essentially double swinging the whole time. As you can see, we're never not double swinging, and we have a very high chance to have our double swings essentially then stun opponents because we're using it together with a mallet. And that double swing then stunning would essentially do the bleed damage as direct damage to overwhelm them. Right? And it seems to work. It's kind of cute and I like it. It's definitely a nice transition so far, but I'm not sure if it's actually stronger. That's the thing. So I'm not sure that all the things we just did are actually just simply performing better than just using my build and simply masterworking it up further. Because I'm not seeing like a ginormous increase currently of damage, right? It's just like a, yeah, sure, this is interesting, but it's not like, oh my goodness, wow, like the brain melting betterment, right? It's more like, yeah, sure. I mean, kind of works, but not yet to the point where you lost your virginity a second time. Which is the whole point, right? To make it actually better. So rupture spam is for another attack speed increase. And if I attack faster, then I do more. That's why I want to rupture spam anyways whenever it's available. Because more rupture means more attacks, and more attacks means more cowbell, and more cowbell means more damage. I mean, my attack speed is definitely higher. Like, we're just slashing away. That's actually crazy. See, like, we're bonus attack speed. Boom. Just ripped it out of him. All right, Berserk ripping, rupture, bonus attack speed. I mean, the attack speed is nasty that we're putting down when that actually... Let me rupture him. I was just about to rupture him to see how much attacks we were getting. Say I love the rupture animation. Can I stand in this without dying? I was too scared to find out, Chan. I would say faster. Definitely, because last time we ended like around 7 minutes, right? This time we're just going away. Yeah, definitely faster. That actually was an actual improvement to the build, Chad. Interesting. So that worked to make the build better. I mean, that was like some really nasty, interesting thingy. Does the rupture use a weapon, or does the rupture just do a thing? Is there anything else, an aspect for rupture that does something? So there's wanton rupture. I'm not sure if that is better, right? A 79 mines? Yes, we're currently doing a 79, sir. Where we're currently improving on a build. Lol. Lol. What a brain dead comment, sir. And that character got 100 just a second ago. He needs to grow, you know? What is the costume on your left hand? That is from some transmog. I don't know which transmog. So right now we put on stunning a bleeding enemy deals 40% of their total bleeding amount to them as physical damage. What I'm asking myself is, that's kind of like technically bad with rupture, right? Because if we... Because we remove all the bleeding damage, correct? So, like, rupture works, but wouldn't it be better to just play that? Yeah, you want more bleed, right? So I mean, technically, under this consideration, should I start playing the sword expertise? So I enjoyed rupture, but wouldn't it be better to play the two-handed sword expertise then? We need to level that up quickly. Do I have a two-handed sword? I put that on even if the aspect is 10, right? I mean, we're here to test, right? We're here to test. Is the game hard for a new player? I'm confused. All the stats and gear that drops, what is better, what is not? No, the game is not hard for an endgame player. If you follow a guide, you obviously have to start understanding. Do you have a video on this build? Yes, I have a video for the 1 to 100 part and also with the 100 part. So that's what we put together. Wellwind uses the sword. Multiple training dummies, leads. We get that already covered. And yes, chat, you can do this. And the fun part is I never run out of fury, so I'm unable to actually run out of fury. Does attack speed make me whirlwind faster? It does! Oh my goodness! Ladies and gentlemen! What the hell? Seriously. Rupture for the win! Let's go! Oh, absolutely unnecessary, stupid. Good. So technically, we're coming back to the point again, right? If we have one boss, and if we have the double swings, and we're like double swinging away at them, correct? And now if we stun the boss, I mean, the bleeding damage right now would be at taking, right? So we have that for the bonus damage. We inflict bleed, 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 bleed. We do more bleed, bleed just stacks up, and we do more bleed. So that's nice. And if I do rupture, I do essentially attack faster again, right? And we have berserking running, right? We do more damage. But I kind of feel like ripping things out is counterproductive. Instead, just like, you know, like, because we have bleeding ticking for 1 million now, correct? So if we have bleeding ticking for 1 million now, wouldn't it be better to stunning a bleeding enemy deals total bleeding amount of them? Or is that aspect just shit? right? I mean, we have Berserking permanently active because of double swing. So Berserking is just active, right? Use the rupture aspect. Yeah, but would the rupture aspect truly help us, or should we just not run rupture? I'm just considering how much I want to play rupture, or if we like. I mean, we notice that the bleeding is working. So that step one, right? The bleeding is working. So the passive is doing very good compared to the unconstrained. So right now, gushing wounds is actually doing nice, which is a fact, right? And rupture does give us 40% attack speed, which is good. My alternative, we could just do charge again and be happy about it, and that's about it. I know that the rupture thingy keeps the bleed on, but it's only every 25 seconds. So I'm kind of like, what does every 25 seconds use me if I'm rupturing every 5 seconds? Correct? What does the rupture, like, right? I rupture every 5 seconds, so if I every 25 seconds keep it, doesn't matter. That would make sense. Use Berserk ripping on your two-hander. No. I can't put my beautiful wind aspects away, sir. Oh, you need to swap to a sword. Yes, we actually don't need to swap to a sword because we're not playing a sword. Thank you. Sir, you have to understand, we only want the first bonus. The second bonus we cannot do. And the second bonus is also useless for bossing. Okay. That one is useless. That sword comes away. Let me put the twin strikes away too. That one is bad. That one is bad. No, not bad, but good. The Ring of Red. I don't even know what that one does. Nothing goes down the drain. The chest stays. So rupture takes all the bleed. I can see that. So I don't want to play this aspect anymore because that aspect just doesn't do it. Like the Skullbreaker was fun, but it just doesn't do it. There must be a better option to use something, right? There must be simply a better option to put something on. I mean, like, sure, you could use the rupture thingy on your two-handed weapon to reduce it to 13 seconds, but that would also not really do what I wanted to do. I mean, Skullbreaker doesn't seem to do what I needed to do, so that's not an option. Well, we could do Etchmaster because we have Infinite Fury, right? That's the thing. Like, you can't play Etchmaster; it's just 20x more damage because we have Infinite Fury done. Yeah, kind of like that, right? I mean, we're not really playing any. I mean, Retribution is nice because we have the stagger and I know it's double dipping. We could just play Retribution for 60% more damage. That seems bad. I mean, this is kind of funny. Each point of fury you generate while at maximum fury grants you a curse skill within 5 seconds bonus damage. That one also works. But it doesn't work with the things we needed to work with. Yeah, the only one that seems to be useful is Etchmaster essentially because I'm just full of fury the whole time, right? I'm just like never not furious. Let's see. We did a 79. Let's return back to the 89. Let's see. Remember the rupture exploding the bleed damage? I think we're like fine, right? Oh, wow, that was quick. I'm kind of surprised what just happened to our enemies there. They're really just got hurt. Those bunch of elites, they just got overwhelmed quickly. I want more cooldown reduction on the Barb. I'm just not happy overall with the Barb cooldown reduction that he has. Okay, despite you all like trying to poison me, you're actually dying very well, so I'm happy about that. But what I'm really digging is like the 40% attack speed bonus. But it seems like such a how do I say that? Such a crutch to just get more attack speed. Right? Let's see how the boss fight is going. I mean, this is reasonable. Like, it seems definitely stronger. You get bored of live streaming? No, I'm doing this for 11 years now, and I constantly do new things, new fun things. I mean, it's all about how you do live streaming, right? I mean, I know some people who have burned out over the years. I mean, in my 11 years, I know a lot of streamers who essentially like got bored, essentially completely burned out on live streaming because they were just like banging their head against the same game for years and years. We're actually not a streamer like that. We do many games. I mean, like right now we play a lot of Diablo, right? But it's not the only thing I play. We're going to be playing Elden Ring. We do other things. And even inside of Diablo, we do different stuff. I mean, this season, I've played every single class to 100. And I've tried to solve every single class for myself, right? So how do I get to 100 the most efficient? How do I, after 100, beat the pit the most efficient? And how do I have the most fun, right? Without like, losing my virginity. Because the thing is, you want to get things done in a reasonable amount of time, right? Like reasonable builds with reasonable time investment. Things that the average Joe, Francis, Dave, Jebediah from the steel mill with their 12 children can actually pull off. Not something that Rob can pull off, right? I mean, Rob can pull off everything because he has something called unlimited time. Right? No, reasonable builds for the average gamer to enjoy Diablo. Now, obviously, some people will still complain that getting a Harlequin Crest is absolutely impossible, and you simply cannot get it this season. So, actually, putting a Harlequin Crest in a build is preposterous. Which is just simply wrong, because at least one Uber Unique is the most reasonable thing this season, even as someone who is having 14 children and working in the steel mill. Disembowel helps with the cooldown reduction. Actually not. Disembowel helps with the cooldown reduction versus like here pushing through the pit. But Disembowel doesn't help with the cooldown reduction versus bosses because that's a horrible cooldown reduction. And my question rather is how much do I still need the Dust Devils? I do like my Dust Devils, don't get me wrong. Like but how much do I need them still for this build? Because we're getting to a point where we just level with Dust Devils, right? To just have a lot of fun with Dust Devils, but like how much is it actually still like doing for the build? Also, I didn't really want to die there because we're just on a good time. Your playthroughs are relatable. You know, that I mean it's a big word when you're creating content, relatable, as you say. I mean, if you're essentially making, like, you know, if you're leveling in a way, like, let's say 5-man, 8-man, 12-man Helltide push leveling, that is not achievable for average Timothy, Jebediah, Francis, and James, right? Not everyone has like 15 friends to play with and just infinitely level the hell tide. I mean, who does have that many friends? I don't even know that many people in real life. I was so sure I would survive that, so I wanted to tank it. But it seems like I don't, because my code resistance is only at 60%. Still, though, I really wanted to. Chan? Oh, I don't have Berserking active right now. That's a bit unlucky. Could you please give me my... Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Oh, shit. Yeah, it's happening too fast. Did you make any changes after hitting 100? We played this build until pit 89 without the changes. So we have so far beaten pit 89 without any changes. And now we are essentially experimenting with changes to see if the changes could ultimately make the build stronger. Right? Because as always, simply master working up your gear to get stronger. It just doesn't sit too well with me. I want to try out new things, reasonable changes, right? Oh, you did. Wait, how many more casts are you gonna do? Seriously, sir. I mean, he was just like, okay, we're gonna explode the corpses, and then we're gonna explode the corpses. Oh, and then we're gonna explode the corpses again. Oh, Jesus. Too often, too soon, too much. Again. I hate you. We've killed this before already once, just to see essentially if we could do it with the old version of the build. Goodness Christ, stop like summoning tons of your corpse thingies. Can I tank that? Honest question, don't know. I know I cannot tank the poison ground. Like, if I take the initial blast, it's just too hurtful. I've tried. You are so annoying, Spirit Call of the Frost. I mean, there's nothing for him to explode right now, correct? I couldn't get out. I'm new to Minion Necro. Do you have a guide on the skill rotation? Yes. Couple actually. The boss is very annoying. On the lower tiers, he hasn't been annoying because you just keep standing inside of him, right? So that doesn't matter. I'm not sure if we're doing more damage than him than with a pure Berserking build. No, I would say we are. It's still like this. Are we? We need to do another one to really, yeah. Like, we need to do another one versus a boss where I can just stand AFK in the things, right? What do you think about Yen's boots for the build? We actually did try out Yen's boots for the build, and they didn't feel much better. The thing is, right now we're playing the Boneweave Treads of Anemia, and Anemia has a chance to give me bonus stuns. So if an enemy is bleeding or if they're vulnerable, they get stunned, okay? And that stun essentially leads to super staggers, and these super staggers are helping us to essentially kill the boss easier, because if they're staggered, that's better. Do you think the Iron Wolf feature should be added to the game permanently? Yes, I absolutely do think that. I think it would be a ginormous mistake to take the Iron Wolf feature out. I do honestly believe that. What are you thinking, chat? I'm always happy to hear from you. Is it too easy to get the sparks? I was so happy getting legendaries, unique items. I mean, some people never see unique items during leveling, right? And they can actually use them. I mean, for me, for example, the unique items I get during leveling are useless, correct? So any of the unique items you pick up during leveling, like you don't actually use them because you're leveling so fast that they become inconsequential. That being said, for some people, it's the first uniques they'll probably ever have seen. And they're going to be like, wow, this is great. I finally have one. So it's kind of, it was kind of like cool as something like this moment where you're like, wow, I'm finally I got a unique like that easy. So that was cool. And let's be real. Most people are with level 50 still in World Tier 1. Like most people are not with level 50 in World Tier 4 or earlier, right? This is not most people. Yes, we are, like, as the gamers who are like playing Diablo a lot. Like if you're level 50, you're most likely in World Tier 4. Probably with level 45 already at this point. So it's like really easy nowadays to actually get to World Tier 4. Just keep that in mind, right? What we really need is elemental resistance bonus at this point, because we're not having every element maxed out, Chad. So this is kind of like noticeable, right? But we're almost maxed out, but it leads to unfortunate death moments, despite having like actually good damage reduction and everything going on. Sometimes I also feel unfairly treated by my opponents. Oh, are we just stunned now? That's what I meant with unfairly treated, aka staggered. We don't like being staggered. That's my problem with the rupture over the charge, because the charge allowed us to have another source of unstoppable. So that was actually fairly useful, I have to admit. The bonus source of unstoppable. You are so dead. I mean, the elites are falling like really nicely. So I like how we have like good area damage, correct? But when we're actually fighting an elite and you rupture them and you get that 40% bonus attack speed, and suddenly it's like and they're just exploding. That's cool. What I need to master work up is further my crit chance now. So this actually makes sense. I need to get to that purple dude. Purple dudes suck. Purple racism incoming. Ow! I get stuck-a-doodled. Uncool. Are we using Ghostwalker? No. Oh, seriously. We have one source of unstoppable, which is questionable at times. It's crazy how that guy that calls in the walls, right? What happens is he negates everything you do. So for some reason, the walls, right? They eat up everything. The walls don't allow you to create a bonus wins then anymore. It's almost like your abilities don't work. Iron Skin. We could use Iron Skin, but the problem is what for? Again, that would mean no rupture, so no bonus attack speed. I mean, it will make me more survivally. So that's like the thing. So yes, Iron Skin can be used. But it wouldn't increase our damage. But it would increase our survivability. But right now for survivability, I could just get more life. I mean, I can drink a potion of fortitude, which I can't actually currently because we don't have a potion of fortitude. So I can only drink a potion of attack speed, or even more attack speed. You know what the really interesting part is? That despite the damage increase, the attack speed increase of Rupture, we are essentially just still not running out of resource. Because you would assume that like when we're using Rupture and we're essentially getting another 40% attack speed, right? That like with all the attack speed that we're really boasting there right now, you would actually reach the point where you're running out. But the thing is, it's impossible because we're just simply producing more fury than we use. Right, we produce 25 fury per second while we actually use only 15 fury per second. It's quite good. Okay, this push through was a long one because we died multiple times. It's an 89 pit. We're supposed to take longer for this. I think the actual 89 pit clear that we have done was in 8 minutes, which is nice because it leaves room for improvement, right? 8 minutes has me happy. Okay, that lightning enchanted is really annoying. I never thought about it, but if you're Barb and if you're attacking a lot and he's lightning enchanted, that might actually lead to problems down the line because you're essentially just hitting him a billion times. Okay, let's not get a Spirit Collar. Thank you, Resurrected Malice. I've tested it against the Malice. I can actually stand inside whatever he does, right? Like it doesn't kill me. Oh, I did a 20 million with a Rupture. Interesting. Or there was a 20 million bleed. I don't know what the 20 million was, but I just saw 20 million. It's not crazy numbers, right? But it's just nice to see. I just don't know what did the 20 million. Was it just my key passive then that did the 20 million? So the key piece would technically be to Rupture every 20 seconds, right? Every 4 seconds to get the maximum attack speed. Can you explain again why it's better to run pit 78, 89, 99? Because the enemies have less HP. Every full pit, you have some HP boost around like 15 to 20%. And if you don't want the enemies to be sturdier for no reason, then you, for 1 material less, have an easier push. But if I do an 89, I get 1 material less than a 99. 1 material. Not 2, not 3, not 4 materials. I get 1 material less. Okay? That's the difference. And that's the biggest scam in existence when it comes down to the pit. That the rewards are linear and the difficulty is exponential. Right? Difficulty goes up by loads. Rewards go up by +1. You're like, but why? The answer is because. I hate being pushed back, but there's essentially nothing I can do about it. Don't like the dudes in the distance there. They're annoying. I should be able to just stand in that. I wasn't actually sure if that would work or if that means I die. But I really wanted to know. I mean, I can't stand in the pools of poison. They have a weird effect sometimes. Where's the DPS, chat? Man, would have helped if we didn't die like 3 times in a row. We're still torn with the bleed. Get unstoppable. Rip out. Don't get pushed back. Super risk it. 8 more seconds. Easy life. Oh, that's Pans with triple greater affix. Whee! So that was simple, but if we didn't die, it would have been better. You're getting flabled instead. Not at all, but thank you. Should you put vulnerable damage on your bludgeoning weapon? You can do that, but right now it's critical strike damage, and critical strike damage because we're trying out the bleed thingy, right? La, 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 la. Mark, thank you very much for your ongoing support. Also, Sandy, thank you for the 113 months. Jesus. Saving every penny to support the poor streamer. Don't forget, it's Prime sub available. Sandy, I'm very happy to see you there. I hope you're doing good. Life finds you very well. Those pans that only have armor now also have maximum life. Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have some for Sandy and his 113 months? Good. What do we... Oh, materials. Okay, so how do we have 49k HP? It's very simple for the people that don't understand Barb, because I didn't understand Barb either. So how do we have so much HP? It's called Imposing Presence. Imposing Presence gives me 42% maximum life. The thing is, Imposing Presence can land on every single item, okay? So I can put Imposing Presence on my pants, on my boots. I can put that on my pants, on my chest, on my helmet, on my amulet. I think I can put it on, yeah. So that's like another 2 ranks, another 2 ranks, another 2 ranks. And I'm essentially missing 2 ranks of Imposing Presence, 3 ranks in total currently, plus the Masterwork, which actually puts it further up. So my Imposing Presence is right now like at 7, and it could be at 11 or 12, which would give me then per rank another 8% max life, 6% max life. So another 4 ranks is another 24% max life, right? Plus, actually, we're running currently normal gems, so we're not running bigger rubies because I don't have bigger rubies yet. Yes. It's a bit of a nuisance, so I can make 1 more royal ruby, and that is again another 3% more for every single ruby I actually put into this, right? So we have a ton of royal ruby that we're missing to get even more max life. And our Paragon board is actually not a max life Paragon board. It's just a somewhat life Paragon board currently, because we have to make some compromises to actually do the things that we wish to do, but we could change some stuff out there to make it even better. So now we are having another 2,000 life plus, so we're at 52,000. Now imagine us getting another 24% plus life, because why not? You know? And that's without like a health potion. So we're not running the 25% health potion currently, the elixir of fortitude, because I don't have more elixirs of fortitude currently. Yeah. But we could be running the elixirs of fortitude too, plus the elixir of anti-venom for another 40% bonus life. Right? So, but like getting more life is not the issue. Getting more life is like more the minimal problem. Okay, we wanted to masterwork our gloves up further. Oh wow, that's +4 to core skills, dude. We wanted to masterwork up our critical strike damage further. A critical strike chance. Guess we need more critical strike chance. Because right now we're sitting at a 49%. And for the people that just joined, what do we change? Okay, just to understand. What's the Stygian stone drop in 7580 compared to 100? Very simple. A 61 drops you 21 Stygian stones. 61, 21, 23, 24, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So that's 30 on 70. And then you're essentially having 40, 50, 60, and so on. Oh, you mean Stygian. What's the Stygian? You mean Stygian stones, not Methine. Sorry. So right now, Stygian stone drop chances are a percentile thing. So from 100 on, it's like 18%, but then it's like gradually going higher. Again, the best to farms is and stays at 99. Because 99 just has the least amount of HP for the most amount of resources. Right? Least amount of HP for resources. That's it. I mean, if you can speed farm 100s, be my guest. That's the thing, right? If you can. But if you take 6 minutes for 100 and 3 minutes for 99, and 3 minutes for 99 and below is actually very realistic, then you know what you're going to do, right? Because even if you have a higher drop chance, if you can do 2 times the amount of rifts in the same time, then I do think we have our answer. Back to what we changed. So we're currently at a 50% crit chance. We're currently using swords to do bleeding, even though I found the 200 expertise actually was giving us more damage. So I just simply go back to that, right? Then we also do have Rupture currently, and Rupture is giving us attack speed increase. We're trying out the Gushing Wounds, because Gushing Wounds is with critical strike chance and critical strike damage, and that's at 1000%. And we're still questioning if Wrath of the Berserker is even good, or if we should just go to Iron Maelstrom, or not use anyone at all. To be honest. Right? I mean, this, like, none of these seem to be in any way good. Don't use any. The problem is if I'm not using any, I don't have anything else to use. I mean, sure, we could become unstoppable with charge, which could help every now and then, but it's kind of like, You could do kick, but kick doesn't do anything for us very much. We could use ground stomp together with the earthquake thingy, but I don't feel like doing that, to be honest. Rupture's bugged. There has been talk about it in the Diablo partner Discord. We're not sure. So the conclusion is we're not sure if it's actually really bugged, or if it's just a weird effect where you think your opponent is getting healed, but it's just the Rupture bar, the way it's down, and then when you pull the Rupture out, that is technically looks like healing, but you actually just pulled out the bleeding, and it's not healing, it just looks like it. It's a graphical thing. Iron Skin would be a possibility. So Iron Skin, steal yourself getting a barrier that absorbs if you're missing life for seconds. Then you get absorbs more of your maximum life. Plus is active, heal for 10% of the barrier original amount as life per second. Or so you say like we're just healing with Iron Skin instead of using the Wrath of the Berserker. It would be less life, but it would be making it safer, I guess. Can always try. We did 89. Let's go back to the 79 quickly to see if I can just. We're thinking about overpower builds for Barb. They get nerfed, and the what's it called again? The necklace get nerfed, which kind of cuts like into 100% of your damage. That Iron Skin was instantly useful, not gonna lie. You know, that Iron Skin instantly allowed me to survive that, and due to my shouting, I have it like up again. So I can essentially just waltz into people. And just make sure that it like kind of works that way. Wait, now we died obviously because we gotta get used to the how to use that. I assume you just use it like before you die, like this, right? So not on full HP, it's like I'm dead, but I'm not dead. So it's like kind of surprise. I didn't actually die. You walked right into my trap card, idiot. You thought you had me, but you don't. Bamboozle. So is that kind of like how it works? Because I like skills like that. They make me happy. Yeah, call an ambulance, but not for me. It's that moment, right? It's working. I mean, good suggestion, chat. I like when chat actually has good suggestions and not terrible ones. Maybe that's a 50-50 chance, let's be fair. It's interesting because with my shouts reducing the cooldown, I'm like really able to profit from this quite nicely, right? I can just use my shouts, get the health back up, right? Get everyone together. I mean, it's streamlining the process. I can see that, but I will get less damage though. Well, that's an interesting part. I technically get less damage because we're not running the Berserker thing anymore. But technically, do I even get less damage because I could just stay more on spot without having to go away, right? So sure, I get less damage because I'm just factual less damage, but I'm also able to just stay where I want to stay without having to like move much away. So am I not technically getting more damage? How can you get the Harlequin Crest the easiest way? You make yourself a rogue, play that 1 to 100, get the Iron Wolf quest done, then you kill a tormented boss. Afterwards, you kill Uber Lilith, and then you're making another character, this time a barbarian, but push that 1 to 100, do the Iron Wolf thingy, and then you got yourself a Harlequin Crest. Why the recommendation to do it with a rogue? Because rogue is the easiest one to actually kill Uber Lilith with a minimal gear requirement. How do I know that? Because I did it. I did it. That's what I did. So my problem right now is we used to be at the boss in 4 minutes. Now it could be that we're just having stupid things here, right? So it could be that we're just facing stupid opponents, but we tinkered around with the build for even for the 79 pit, right? And we're essentially slower to the boss now than we were before. Again, it could be the opponents that we're facing and that's just like a stupid dungeon. Now I'm not sure if we're actually weaker or stronger. When I would have to measure that in boss killing time, probably. Actual boss killing time. I mean, these are definitely annoying opponents. That's to be said. And there's a couple of moments where I would definitely die without Iron Skin, so that's a nice thingy, right? I mean, that would have been like straight up a second reduction if I didn't go. I mean, we're actually not that much slower because we died a single time. I'm kind of ignoring the fact that we died actually a single time there. Okay, let's try to stay as AFK as possible on him. And our only allowance to get out is going to be Iron Skin. If we get damaged enough to actually need Iron Skin, we'll pump it out. There, Iron Skin, then we can stay still. That's what I meant. Like, if we can actually stay still all the time, right? Aren't we just better off, right? Right now, I don't even have to move a centimeter, right? I ended where I started. that was nice. It was nice. I'm like, can we get movement speed on our gear? Yes, you can temper movement speed on the boots. I mean, you can even get moved. Like, so your boots need to have currently fury per second and resistance, and the other thing could be movement speed. The problem is I only have movement speed after killing in late, right? Because I don't have better boots. 50 seconds kill time on the boss seems good, right? Especially with standing still. I mean, this was the safest I've ever killed that boss. I just stood still, and we haven't even drunken a health potion, correct? That was nice. Yeah, Iron Skin definitely works good into this right now with the triple shout and the rupture. We're still unsure about this aspect. So right now we're playing like we have one wiggle aspect. Okay, Chad? So we have, again, while berserking, we do bleeding. Then we have the double swing, the double swing, the double swing, the shouts, the core skill, bonus attack speed. We could, again, we could swap the bleeding over to actually the devilish amulet. So right now, the amulet is giving us, whenever we generate 100 fury, it's giving us the bonus dust devils. But we could technically also just put the bleeding over there and do 45% of the bleeding. I'm not sure if that's actually more damage, right? So if we now would decide that the bleeding that we actually do like to have, if that bleeding should be technically on the amulet, because it just gives us 45%. I mean, we could even put this on a two-handed weapon, right? But that kind of feels bad. And then we put the devilish back over here to have the devilish just because this is the least amount of dust devils we're making essentially, right? So is that 45% base damage actually better? Izurai, we understood that you like Flay Barb, but you know, by every 2 seconds whining about Flay Barb and us not playing it, you're literally not making yourself in any way someone interesting to talk to. We understood you like it. Thank you. You can leave it at that now. So we're still considering to put the Edgemaster away. We have infinite fury. But I don't see like a single other, like maybe it's their utility aspect that does good. No, I don't think so. There's like nothing I really wish to use. All like, eh. Right? Oh, and your weapon skills have an additional charge. Damaging an enemy with weapon mastery skills has up to a chance to stun. That's quite cute. But it's also useless. I mean, it's like, right? Kind of useless. Uber Lilith, add rain. I'm good to see you there. Gives only 1 spark for your account. Is there not a single good aspect? I mean, now that we're standing still, we could play intercom, but that seems kind of stupid. I wish I could play something like the earthquake aspects, but that really doesn't do it. What we could do is we could try out the rupture thingy. I mean, chat was saying like, why not play the rupture? But again, we're rupturing too much to make that a thing. So that doesn't just make sense. Skullbreaker didn't work, so we can forget about Skullbreaker. And the one rupture just seems useless. Increasing the boss damage, a leap with I thought about the leap thingy, but does it really do that much? Because you need to leap like 4 times, and while you're leaping, you can't essentially twin strike. So in the time where you're leaping, we're not double swinging. So we're leaping and we're not double swinging. That means that we're essentially not double swinging. We're not bleeding. We're not doing anything. So I kind of like, and the leap you would have to stack 4 times to make it useful. Or can you leap like so quick that while you're leaping, you're essentially double swinging, right? What's the difference between bosses and uber bosses? Well, the uber bosses are considered the boss ladder bosses, kind of like, you know, you have Andariel, like uber. But when people say uber bosses, they currently mean tormented mostly. Accelerating, I have accelerating. Don't worry, we have accelerating. Okay, we got, which one do we have on the attack speed aspect? So we're currently sitting at an attack speed bonus of 55.3%. And as we activate Flay, we go essentially up to 100% attack speed. Yeah, nice. Yeah, let's try another one here. Like right now, boom, we pop our shield, damage reduction. We go, oh, we weren't berserking before. Here, now we do the shield again. I mean, the shield just allowed me twice to just absolutely survive this here right now, correct? So that's kind of cool. But now I have to take a potion finally. I would have died without the iron skin. That seems like a nice change. Like no matter what, correct? So right now we leveled to 100. Boom, iron skin on again. Super amount of barrier. I'm not dying. Boom, on we go. Okay, so far I'm happy with this transition in terms of in terms of like making it better, because it definitely did make it better. Again, iron skin saving me from death. That works quite nicely. Is there an aspect that works together with iron skin to give me more damage? Probably not, right? It's a defensive skill. This works like so good against the poison here right now. It's actually stupid. Almost illegal how good that actually works. And again, activate it. Almost died. Almost died. Almost died. Ah, mom. I'm cool. Damage while barrier on. Yeah, but my barrier essentially vanishes straight away, so that wouldn't be, that would be a thing, right? So sure, you could take the conceded aspect, which is damage while barrier. But the problem is that while you don't have barrier, you don't get damage. So you essentially like would have to be able to spam the iron skin to kind of make it worth it. I mean, we can use it quite often due to our shouts essentially resetting the cooldown of it, because that's what we're playing right now, right? We're playing the martial aspect that allows us to get like more out of our thingies. We have a reasonable often due to that. Wasn't sure if we're even berserking there. Yeah, I'm like, I like this. It's safer. I mean, it would definitely allow me to do higher pits better, because right now we had that problem in the 89, right? That we just died to things. So I'd say we have to do an 89 now, but this time without dying, essentially. Interesting. So if we want to keep our Dust Devil shebang up, then this is definitely the evolution of the build, I'd say. So just without doing a new build, this is definitely a step forward. I mean, build is safer to play. Build has more damage output. Build has more attack speed. Like net total better. Now we were faster here too. Now let's see how much faster the boss fight now is. We're just going away. Going away now. Going away now. Do, 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 do. Unless you not do anything to me. Nope. Right now, the more crit I have and the more critical strike damage I have, the more damage I do, right? So that's interesting, because like how easy we can still scale our damage essentially further. Because right now, due to using the bleed passive, the more crit strike damage we're essentially getting, the more we'll just do. Yeah, this is like the fastest pit we've done so far, Chad. Yep. Just the fastest. I mean, he was a good boss for this, but it was the fastest. Happy. Good. So the improvements are there. It's working, Chad. We get stronger. Since you don't have charge anymore, Jens would offer huge benefits. Yes and no. So maybe, because maybe because give me a second. Let's check our boots. Strength, movement speed, fury per second. Fury per second is kind of nice here. Well, we don't need that much of fury per second. The interesting part is if I get enough fury per second for my boots, I might be able to kick out the actual fury per second on my chest, and I could go for something different there. And that's kind of a nice thought, if I'm honest with you. Would more points in Rupture do anything for us or not? The question. Okay, let's kick that all out, and like we'll talk about this. Minus 208 orbs, brother, listen. How about -1 Prime subscription from you? Come on now. Let's start. The customer on our left hand is from the battle pass. Should be today's battle pass. Okay, so if we play Jens Blessing, we lose our fury per second. That's what we just said. And if I lose the fury per second, we might not be able to maintain our fury. Now, let's assume I could maintain my fury, okay? I would lose. Damaging a bleeding or vulnerable enemy has a 30% chance to stun them for 2 seconds. Now, I do have a 32% lucky hit chance, so it's like, it's a good lucky hit chance to actually stun them bonus and to do bonus staggers. Now, again, I do have a very good Jens Blessing, though, so we can try this out. We did this now, what was it, a 5-minute push. So I can do Jens Blessing. I have a 26.6% bonus damage reduction from close enemies, and it has a chance to give you primary resource back. Now, again, we do lose the fury per second. I do think that is actually a significant thing that does happen. Let's take our crafting materials. Let's get some more Ingolith quickly. Bibbidi-bobbidi-wobbidi-wibbidi-woo. We could masterwork this further up to obviously get more fury per second, but right now I want to get this bigger or that bigger because I want more crit damage, and this one could also be bigger. But we want more damage, so I'll just masterwork this up 2 times, and we get Dust Devil damage. Cool, that's kind of nice. So the problem is it could cast Iron Skin too, right? We just had 5 minutes to boss roughly. Let's see if we can replicate this. Okay, another 5 minutes to boss. Are you having fury? No, I'm not having fury problems. Like, but I am trying to avoid like ever being able to run out of fury. Could you just attack the dude in the corner, please? So now my Jens Blessing could obviously craft like bonus prize, and we'll see if we're now faster. I mean, this is like a possible good thing. And if you just randomly see me crying every 8 seconds, shouting, sorry. Well, if you see me shouting, sorry, chat. I didn't mean crying, shouting. That's then my Jens Blessing essentially triggering. Like right now, I think what I underestimated is Fury, because if a skill of mine crits, I get 3 Fury. So I have a Paragon glyph. I think it's called Wrath, not Fury. That gives me 3 Fury whenever I crit. And since I have a 50% crit chance right now because of changing things, seems like we're actually like even less having an issue with maintaining our maximum Fury. Well, that's good. That means Jens Blessing would actually be an option in this regard. Wait, could Jens Blessing also trigger Rupture? So it could trigger a Shout, but it could technically also trigger Rupture. It's that non-mobility, non-ultimate skill, correct? That's on cooldown. So worst case scenario, it would just trigger a Rupture to give me even more. Okay, I feel like we're faster. Might just be the master working that we actually get another 100, like 80% bonus Dust Devil damage. The problem is the bonus Dust Devil damage would actually be useless because right now we just want crit damage, kind of. Don't worry, you cry randomly too. Yeah, I feel your pain. I feel like we're faster. Maybe it's just a feeling. Just a feeling. It seems almost like we're maintaining the constant attack speed at any point. Our cooldowns are just lower. Just feel like we're overall doing more damage. Oh, almost died. Haha, bud. Call an ambulance. Just not for me. Right shot. Okay, that Iron Shield makes me happy currently. It's a really nice change of pace of like really not having these moments where, oh no, I would die. It's like, no, you would die. Unless we get stunned. Technically, that's not really happening much, right? I mean, for getting 100 yesterday, we're having good progress. Now, obviously, you could play a full bleed Barb, but I kind of wanted to play Dust Devils. So roughly same speed to the boss with the Yen's Blessing currently, but how's it going to be against the boss? And there, everything died. Those devils are fun on OP. I mean, no one ever said that. Those devils are exactly what they are. Very good for leveling, very aesthetically pleasing, very fun to play, and very easy to put together. Because there's one important thing that people seem to often forget when talking about builds. And that is, like, the ease to put these respective builds together. You know, they're like, hey, you should just play a Bash Barb, and then, you know, like, just make a Rogue and just temper crit damage on top of that. It's like, sir, but you know, that's unreasonable. Very unreasonable. You don't just do these things. Oh, I should totally be able to tank that, right? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I did. That's what I wanted to see. Should totally be able to just outlast that, right? Well, that cry for random fortify was actually good because more fortify, more damage. We'll get barrier going. Yeah, so I don't like see my fury was almost empty, Chad. Once in a while, my fury was empty because of Yen's Blessing. Okay. So if we play Yen's Blessing, we cannot play Edgemaster. Would you recommend this build for this 1 to 100 Barb? I mean, this is what I use from 1 to 100. This build, 1 to 100 in 7 hours with this build. No problem. And the thing is, again, super easy temperings, super fun, very simple to put together. That's it. Ring with damage. Chest with impairment. Lightning resistance. How about you all suck? Big time. So Yen's Blessing had me run out of fury there for a millisecond. I do like Yen's Blessing though. It's a cute pair of boots. Especially the amount of damage reduction it gives is insane, right? Would this become a whirlwind build after tomorrow? Impossible. To a degree. Actually, no, we could consider putting this into a whirlwind build. The problem is, what does change with whirlwind? So let's go into the patch notes. What does change with whirlwind? I mean, first and foremost, I like double swing more. Okay? Important. What does change with Whirlwind? So we got... Sorry. There we are. So Whirlwind is getting a damage increase by 15%, right? Then we get another damage increase by 5%. That's kind of it. And then you got another Dust Devil increase where... What was it? Dust Devil... Where Whirlwind Dust Devil aspect increased damage by 100%, which means that currently the Whirlwind would get from 2,000 damage up to 4,000 damage as far as I understand, so up to 8,000 damage on a two-handed weapon. Correct? And that would then, instead of double swing, give us the 8,000 damage for the Whirlwinds on Whirlwind thingies, right? But we would have to play Whirlwind. And it would be really easy to play Whirlwind with this build because of the same Fury cost, so like double swing or Whirlwind, both would work, right? But I would need a source of Berserking for Whirlwind. That's the problem because Whirlwind doesn't Berserk, right? Yeah. Leap? Yeah, but that means you would have to leap the whole time to get Berserking, right? Doesn't seem like fun. I mean, we can try that out. Again, we can try that out, but I kind of like double swing more. I like the idea, personally. Your rogue guide doesn't explain where you get resistances from. Well, you just put all resistance on an item and then you have it. Right, Charlie, the easy answer is if you don't know how to build gets resistance, you get resistance, resistance, resistance from your gems, and then you get a pants with all resistance or a chest with all resistance, and ta-da, bibbidi-boo. Okay, let's try a 99 just for the shits and giggles. I need to make an elixir of fortitude because I want the bonus life, because else I'm going to feel too squishy. That brings me up to 62,000 life. Wibbity wobbity, bibbity bobbity. You could change the Paragon board to get more crit, by the way. I mean, normal opponents are dying, surprise. As they should, because if normal opponents wouldn't die, we would have a problem, right? But what about elites? I mean, we have a lightning enchanted elites, which is really annoying. They're also dying to the bleed. Takes a bit longer than we would like this to take. But hey, we're surviving, so that's the main interest. Because before we were kind of like getting hurt. Oh, we could just return to our twin strikes. I mean, we currently have gloves that have 3 to core skills. Greater affix. 3 to core skills, greater affix is almost like having double swing gloves. Like, already expecting people to have that is unlikely. Yeah, great. How much we love when you put up these walls, because they make so much sense. So it's like as if the whole build just grinds to a halt, right? And suddenly doesn't function anymore. Did you know that these walls also eat bone spirits? It's kind of weird. A bone spirit essentially just vanishes inside of them. I'm gonna see if I want to make changes into the Paragon board or not. Well, we could try to get more crit damage out of the Paragon board for the cost of damage reduction, but I'm not sure if that's it, right? Because you kind of want damage reduction. So your damage reduced. So far, happy though with what Rapture gave us. So we'll definitely make it to the boss in time, but what do you think how the boss fight is going to go for us? It'll be intriguing to see if we can just stand AFK on it. Right? Am I hitting the guy that's damage reducing? I hope I am. You get so stunned. When we have currently 1000% crit damage, Chan. Now we do have the Grandfather, and we could put that on instead of the Magnum Opus. Because I'm not sure how well the Magnum Opus is doing for bleed. I'm actually not sure if it even gets the bleed upwards. So there's probably that is a piece of the whole gear that we could exchange. And not only could we exchange that, if I actually exchange the Magnum Opus, I could go for different Paragon glyphs and do more damage. You need Grandfather? No, need is unnecessary. If you need Grandfather to make a build work, then the build is trash. When I have Grandfather, don't get me wrong, I could use Grandfather. But if I can't beat a tier 100 without Grandfather, then the build is trash. He said about his own build. So that's what it is. Okay, could you stop like stunning me for a quick second, sir? Because you're getting absolutely annoying. And that's why you will have to die now, because you stink. Your mouth stings. I dislike your existence. I hope you step on a Lego. Grandfather's better. It will multiply your bleed damage. Yes. Did you not listen? Where we said if we rely on Grandfather, then the build ain't good. Yes, we can use Grandfather in like as an end game proof of concept, kinda, right? To just see how much more damage we would be dealing. But it cannot be the base for the build. Because then I can wholeheartedly not recommend the build to anyone. I certainly hate this opponent type, but I'm also happy that we're actually blasting through it. Oh, really? That poison in my booty hole? I love Whirlwind Barb. Why does it have to be useless? I dislike the Whirlwind skill. It seems so boring. Nearly finishing the campaign with Twisted Blade Rogue. Is it viable late game or will I need to switch? It works. It works. My Twisting Blade is kind of the rage of the last seasons, you know? Used to be dominant there. This is the season of the ranged rogues. So Blizzard, like, you have to understand that Blizzard decides sometimes they want to buff a certain archetype, okay? So this season they were like, you know what? Dust Devils is kind of cool. We want Dust Devils to work. So they decided to make Dust Devils viable and buff Dust Devils a lot. Now, that might be good, that might be bad, that might be ugly. No one cares, right? So, but Dust Devils is the rage right now, and we're essentially, you know, checking out Dust Devils. Now, next season, they might decide that it's time for Twisting Blade to be really good. And for Rogue, they decided, well, range to be good, right? So everyone is playing like kind of rapid fire and that kind of shebang. Blizzard wanted that to be good. And I'm okay with these kind of things because that means you every season get to play something different. Now, I know a lot of people are bored by this because they're like, I just want to play my one build that I know how to play every single season and I don't want to deviate from that. And that's okay. Right? I mean, there's a lot of people who are literally like, I can't play Bone Spear as a Necro this season, so I won't play Necro. Understandable. Actually not, but understandable. I'm just pretending to understand. Just Bone Spear is boring. Give me my flight. My rupture. Sorry. Good. We're at 6 minutes for the boss. We're going to Scorch of the Land, which is the easiest boss to go for. Can I tank that? Yeah. I'd be disappointed if I couldn't have tanked that, to be honest. Reasonable damage. Reasonable upkeep on the Fury. We don't simply run out. We don't move, chat. We don't move. We stand. It's cute. Also not taking damage. It is here where I stand. I don't move from my position. My favorite part is the one where we don't run out of essence at all. On my way, nerds. Just using my cooldowns to stay alive. Trying to kill that lady there in the back because she's annoying. Hit the barrier. Get hit by things. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Get the barrier, get hit by things. So we could actually beat this, right? We just did that in this time. That's nice. So a 99 is actually possible with the gear we're having, with not even having our weapons up. So that is good. We just took a little bit too much damage there, right, at the same time. But it is certainly possible. Cool. It's very nice to see. So our changes that we did to the build, like yesterday we couldn't do a 199 because yesterday the build was doing good damage, but it was just not surviving enough. So we were taking like a little bit too much. Now we got to think about changes to the Paragon board. So what do you think, chat? Should we keep the unique weapon up or should we change the unique weapon out? That's the big question currently. I dashed into it so it would throw me back into the enemy. It worked. Plan success. What do you think? Like the weapon is currently giving me more damage the more fury I have, and I'm currently at 173 fury, which actually gives me a whopping 67% bonus damage multiplicative to everything I do, right? Let me run almost out of fury behind that. And yes, we won't get it. We won't get it done after dying here now. Yeah, we can eat the first blast, and then we can essentially go for go for the shield straight away. Yeah, so that was like 3 minutes now, roughly, to not even 3 minutes to go below. We need more. Let's say we need more crit damage. It's the main assumption right now to blast our damage higher. I mean, even in phase 2, where you're usually like starting to slow down in damage because things are like that, we're gonna like 75% down in 3 minutes now. That's good. I'm happy with that. So if I didn't die there, correct? If I didn't go down, we had that. Good. Let's just see if we need to change the weapon now. And to what we could change the weapon especially. I mean, could I just take another aspect? The question, could we just take another aspect instead of it? There's none that gives us so much more damage. Single DPS will always be bad. I mean, I'm happy. If I can clear 99, then that's a success for the build. Right? Again, do you know how easy it was to put this build together? Super simple. No item is hard to get. No tempering is hard to do. I mean, I'm even having like so trashy temperings, right? So everything regarding this build is just very easy to put together. And that's what you want. You want the ease of use. Now, what I'm not sure about is if we're actually doing more damage with the bleeding aspect on our amulet. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, so it's possible. Oh, we could do a tormented boss now. Yeah. We could do a tormented boss, Chan. What more fury help with damage? So, again, what we're currently playing is we're playing Remeladni's Magnum Opus. And it gives me 0.3% damage per point of fury. I have 173 fury. If I activate my calculator, and it says I have 173 fury times 0.3, that gives me a 51.9% bonus damage, correct? Obviously, that's not how it works. But the problem is, in my eyes, that as interesting as the weapon is, does it even, like, does it do anything for us? Because that damage gain we're getting, that damage gain works for the skill, but does it work for the Dust Devils? Right? Oh, Grandfather stack to bar. I mean, Grandfather would stack great. Currently, we have 1,000% critical strike damage. So if we put on Grandfather, which I got yesterday, by the way, you essentially just go like up to 1,500 critical strike damage. And since we're currently using Flame, so we're going for the key passive on Bleed, we're essentially getting, when causing an enemy to bleed, you have a chance equal to your critical strike chance to increase the bleed amount by 140% of your critical strike bonus, and overpowering bleeding enemy creates an explosion. So, and since we have like a lot of critical strike damage, we get more bleed, and then we do more oomph, right? And our is 51%. So technically, it will work great. Practically, again, I don't want to rely on it. That's the thing. I don't want to rely on it. What I'm asking myself is, can we kick the Magnum Opus out? So, can we kick the Magnum Opus out for something else? When we have the Sword of Crimson, which would reduce our Rupture cooldown. right? While using this weapon, damaging at least one enemy with Rupture creates a blood pool that inflicts bleeding damage over 6 seconds. Enemies standing in the pool take 30% increased damage. Would that be better than having the Opus? I don't think so, because we would be losing our Dust Devil Tempering cast twice and like you know, our Shout, so that wouldn't work. The bonus size. Because we need the size. My Dust Devil Barb has 4,000 crit DPS. Is it pointless? I mean, that's beautiful, because you probably temper crit damage, and I don't want to do that. You know? Are you using a 200 sword? I could use a 200 sword, but that would be a minimal critical strike damage gain. I mean, what we could do, like, if I actually dash the Opus, right? I could remove my... I have a lot of points into bonus fury here. So we have currently in this board, like, see that's like max fury, but we also like this is completely unnecessary. So these like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points could go away if we don't play the Opus. This and that point could go away, and that point could go away. That would still stay because it's 4% more life. So that could at least go away in that regard, to technically allow us to get more critical strike damage. Ta-da. Right? So we could easily get more critical strike damage, which kind of is nice, and I wouldn't mind. But... what else to play instead of Magnum Opus? Because it is, since Moth says it again, so we have 173, right, essence, and we get 0.3 damage per point of essence. That is 173 times 0.3, and this is 51.9, right? If you can then go for 0.4, you actually get 69.2. So that's a 70% bonus damage. It's beautiful. It's kind of like an intriguing part to look at. Oops. All right. Or might think, I've won with 0.4. Yeah, but that's just more damage to the Magnum Opus. Like, we're thinking about dropping the Opus, right? We're thinking about dropping the Opus, but I don't have another aspect to use. My issue is that I just don't have an aspect to use, correct? So we already are playing the Edgemasters aspect. And the only thing we could technically do is add some kind of Leapquake shenanigans, which wouldn't really make sense. I mean, we don't just have... Like, you could add Bolcathus, right? For the Leap creates Earthquake, and then we do Earthquakes, but that's kind of like, why would we do that? You could go for the Ground Stomp, makes Earthquakes to get more damage, but our Ground Stomp lucky hit is not really nice, right? I mean, you could play the Rupture thingy to at least get some bleed remaining, but that seems useless to not add more damage, right? Run a mace with concussion to double dip the bleed with retribution aspect. I mean, we are already running concussion, so we have one mace happening. I'm not sure if the lucky hit chance would double. So right now we're running a mace, okay, Chad? And we're having, in our skill department, the concussion for bonus damage versus vulnerable, or sunder vulnerable. Plus, we're having the skills using bludgeoning weapons have up to a 70% chance to stun enemies for 3 seconds. But that wouldn't double dip, correct? That's like the thing. If I have now 2 bludgeoning weapons, it wouldn't be like they're already using that. It's double chance and expertise. Oh, you mean when we would go for one-handed mace expertise? Increasing damage to stun enemies. Double this amount when using 2 maces. Up to a chance to gain berserking. That's useless. Because right now we're running two-handed sword expertise for the bonus bleeding. Even though I'm not sure if the bonus bleeding is actually useful and we should rather go back to bonus damage to vulnerable. Right? With the thing. And one-handed sword is also not helping in any way. Right? I mean, one-handed mace, sure. Is it 20% bonus damage? Multiplicative. I wouldn't even know what to temper on this sword. Carnes, get to see it there. Thank you for the second month of support. Carnes appreciation. But I don't actually have another mace as well. Like, we only have, like, some off maces. Here's something random flying around. Two-handed shebang. I could try to get another... Wait, do I have my points? I could try to just get another mace. I don't know the uniques on... Like, is there another one-handed unique that could be useful? That I don't know. Simple. Yeah. Where is polearm two-handed maces? Wow, that's vulnerable damage. So useless. You get maximum life overpower here. That one does critical. Just have to re-roll that into max life. Work. I mean, just for a testing round to see if it actually does do more damage or wouldn't do more damage. I mean, it's obviously not as masterworked as... Ah, see, that's what I'm looking for, Chad. Second mace. Get that tempered. So the interesting part is we have our Dust Devils to cast twice, correct? With a 40% on the weapon, which is very low. We have the Dust Devil damage and we have the Dust Devil size. Should I now try to then get even more Dust Devil damage? Or is that not the point? Dust Devil size is obviously useless. Dust Devil damage. Doombringer maybe. I don't have Doombringer and I don't want to rely on Uber Uniques to make things work, sir. This does not work. Okay. Just putting more Uber Uniques in is not a solution. Wait, did I just temper the wrong one? Which one did I just temper? Huh? I just tempered the wrong one. Cool. I just like that was just test tempering, chat. Listen, we're just test tempering that one. Okay. Whatever, we just test tempered on that one. Okay, damage while Warcry is active. Sure. Works. Okay, instead of the sword. La, 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 la. I need more Opticide to at least have it like far up. Rigizo, thank you for the 35. Very much appreciated. Rigizo, I'm happy you're still choosing to subscribe to this day after all these years of full-time streaming. 11 chat. Okay, so random maximum life bonus. That's fine. We get more damage. We're just like... That was on the same level as the Magnum Opus. Okay, Chad. So this is like instead of the Magnum Opus currently. We said, what if we now would go over to the Mace Mastery and just get double Mace Expertise, right? We're going to have this smashing away with 2 maces. So it's just amazing. Here all week, by the way. Chat is a joke. A joke. Like, you might not understand because you're not fucking funny. But what aspect do we play? Okay, by the way, let's go into the Paragon board. So if we're already changing this, we're doing this correct. So we would yoink these out quickly. The 7 points. We'd take the 7 points just to... Right, just to get even more damage. So that's a bunch of dexterity. And damage reduction while healthy. Which gives us a whopping... 1,063, so 100%, 120% more. Okay. And that would now lead us to... we need an aspect. So the problem is now we need an aspect. Okay. And that's the issue. We don't have an aspect. And what we could do is, so we could do a... We could swap out the dazed aspect on the chest for bleed. Because now we could do the utility aspect of anemia. Damaging, bleeding, vulnerable enemies, 30% chance to stun, right? As we're damaging them the whole time. Which then gets us the aspect of rupture. So you could technically put rupture on. Not rupture. We could technically put... retribution, because it's double dipping. Right? Because retribution says 30% damage to stun or knock down, and we're essentially stunning. Right? Are you planning on giving PoE 2 a go at release? Yes, we even made a PoE 2 video. Okay, I would say now to simply see if this is working, let's run a 79 first to just witness if this is actually faster. We have a Tormented bosses on hold, so I'm not sure, like, we could do a Gregor, the Galvanic Saint as well, because we already have beaten that. So that's probably the way to go. Also, Chief, thank you for the brand new membership on YouTube. How you doing? You can't push pit 120 with it. Never been the goal, at least not for me. So again, like when I push the pit, I'm simply trying to get pit 100 because that's the goal. That should be the goal for everyone. Okay, after doing that pit 99, this one feels like they're like we're fighting a bunch of children. But does this or does this not feel like we're doing vastly more damage? Those that double bludgeoning seems to be bludgeoning places right now. I mean, it helps that we also get another Dust Devil damage tempering, essentially. Bonus damage, but it feels like... Oh, fine. I shall not die. Call an ambulance. But not for me. Almost seems like we're applying more bleed. Which would be confusing me, because how are we applying more bleed? Oh, is it because we have just more crit chance? Yeah, sure, we crit damage. We'd be applying more bleed because we have more crit damage. Because obviously more crit damage is more bleed. Right? You found a 3 chest for Dark Shroud. Yep, that's good money. Not wondering that you banged there, sir. Okay, not playing the Magnum Opus seems to be doing very good for the build. Even though I enjoyed having the Magnum Opus. Now's the question, if you would swap the Jens Blessing out again. Why the Jens Blessing out again, Chad? because the Yen's Blessing is giving me 3 less concussion. Because right now we're tempering concussion on every item to have essentially more lucky hit to hurt people. And I get 3 less concussion for playing the Yen's Blessing. And if I had more concussion... Okay, this is the fastest we have been through this pit so far. Because usually we're sitting at... usually we're sitting at 11, like, flat when we kind of beat this. So this is a tad faster, but it's going to be more interesting to see how much faster it is versus the boss. Right? It was a good one. Slither's good. Okay, look at the stagger bar. That's a reasonable damage when they're staggered. That's a reasonable damage when they're staggered. Problem is obviously if you can't stagger them then. Could you stop stunning me, please? So... Like, here's the question, how often can you stagger him, like, now again, right? We're running out of fury, chat! Okay, this is the fastest we have done it so far. So we have definitely done more damage than the Opus. Right? So that was more damage than with the Opus. And it's the same level of masterworking, essentially. Right? Why pit 79 instead of 80? Very simple. 79 has way less HP than 80. And we're talking about 20% difference, roughly. And the difference in material is 1. So here, my Yen's boots, they don't have concussion. My pants have concussion. My chest has concussion. More concussion, more cowbell. So if I now essentially get like this masterworked up, then I will get more ranks in concussion. And more ranks on concussion pushes this up to 100% plus. Because right now I only have a 70% lucky hit chance with a 32% here. But if I now put on my other boots, so let's put the Magnum Opus away. And let's get the other boots. So if I would now put on these boots again, instead of that, right? Then we would actually get this one up to 10 ranks. And that's 100% lucky hit chance, which actually is kind of nice because then it's exactly 32%. Right? Lucky Hit is one of the worst mechanics they added in Diablo. Lucky Hit is actually fine-ish. The problem is all of the Lucky Hit chance scenarios are so low-balling. Most of the Necromancer Lucky Hit chance scenarios are 3 to 5%. And we're talking already about boosted Lucky Hit and so on, right? Well, damage while Warcry is active adds something else there that would be good. So let's try a Tormented boss, just for your entertainment, because we killed a Tormented boss yesterday already, and he couldn't do a single thing to us. Okay, it was really nice because we were just standing there, and we were not taking a single point of damage, and he couldn't kill us, right? Good. So you think, guys, what went really good after the patch? The buff is not significant enough, I think. But we'll see. We will see. Mm. Okay, let's see what we do. Pit equivalent of tormented boss. There's not really equivalent, to be honest, because the tormented bosses, they kind of function a bit different. Like depending on their damage output and their nuisance, especially since tormented bosses are applying this tormented boss shebang. Yep. Because tormented bosses, they also apply the this damage multiplier to you that gets you more damage. Why you Necro no play? Because I have done almost literally every single piece of Necromancer content that is possible this season, and now I'm doing the other classes too. Because I'm a goddamn multi-talent in creating builds most of the time. I don't like how we're running out of resources with the End's Blessing every now and then. See how we're just hurting this dude, chat? And he cannot stop us. Try to stop me, brother. You cannot. See, now he hit me, and I'm taking more multiplicative damage because I was so stupid to walk into that twice, right? And suddenly I'm actually going to be taking somewhat damage from him, potentially. I mean, it takes a while, but we're getting it done. Takes a while, chat, but we're getting it done. Oh. Ugh. See, now I got 3 times hit. Let's see how much damage he actually deals. Last time we managed to not get hit a single time. This time we're a noob. Still feel like we need more stagger. No, my stagger's not impressive enough. Ow. The problem is I'm just holding my 2 button, right? I'm not really moving, so I'm just holding that one. That means sometimes just randomly walk forward and dish into walls, right? Beautiful. Oh, chest armor with 2 greater affixes. Jesus Christ. Useless. Axe with 2 greater affixes. I mean, maybe I can replace the axe I have that has absolutely shitty masterworks on it right now. Let's see. So that is the tormented boss for this build. Very simple. Luke, I don't think the sword would do that much more damage. We're currently trying to get away from Remeladins to see if it's even needed, necessary. That's the Rage of Harrogath. Okay, so inflicting bleeding on an enemy has up to a 40% chance to reduce the cooldown of your skills by 1 second. Okay. Useful, not useful, kind of shitty. I mean, it's a good damage reduction. It's a 36% chance. It could work with my shouts. You know? Are you going to... I know you all are horny for that rage chest, but maybe I should use it myself. Chat, I'm sorry. Maybe I should use that myself. No offense. Wow, damage over time and damage. I feel kind of robbed. Okay, so we have another Rage of Harrogeth here, I think. I have another... I'm pretty sure I have another Rage. I had 2 of them. Ah, there. We have another one. But obviously this one has greater affixes. Okay, so what was this do for me? This would essentially reduce the cooldown of my shouts, the one thing we have been struggling with. But if I use the Rage, then I would have to drop the Yen's Blessing boots because I would need the Fury per second. Which gives me the chance to actually do this, because right now this has Fury... Wait, what do my other Fury per second boots have? I am missing the Shadow Resistance. So I would take these boots now, and they would have to get life per second into actual resistance stat. Not even kidding, Chad. Hey, the moment you're actually looking for a certain amount of resistance and you're not getting it. Hey, chat, I'm looking for shadow resistance. Could I, like, that's the only resistance I need here right now. Could I, or actually, it doesn't matter what kind of resistance I get, right? It could be any kind of, why am I not getting any kind of resistance here, Chad? Resistance is usually the #1 thing you're getting. Could you just give me any kind of resistance? Like, for fucking real right now? Thank you very much. Holy balls. Nuisance. Yeah, it's like, yo, you should not get resistances. You filthy noob. Like, sir, how about you give me those resistance right now or we're throwing hands? Yeah. Absolutely atrocious. Okay, Shadow Resistance max. Thank you very much. Not angry. Not angry, chat. Absolutely calm and ready. Collected even. Okay, we need the chest piece, you're saying. I like the idea of the chest piece. Let's temper this. So temper step number 1, mobility. Just movement speed. I'm never gonna get movement speed, and I want concussion on this. Concussion. You give me concussion. Thank you. Because I really don't want to throw hands. Evade cooldown reduction. Movement speed. Thank you. 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 Edge. Don't you fight me. Okay, we got a lot of up the side, so we can masterwork this up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? So that's bonus fire resistance. Exactly what I was looking for. The best stat that could get upgraded from movement speed, concussion, and strength. Fire resistance. Fuck yeah. That's incredible. I am so happy right now. You know, one thing I did forget, though, is that I'm going to be losing the lightning resistance on my chest that I had tempered there before. So that's a bit unlucky. Nice, 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 nice. Right, Chad? Nice, nice. Okay, good. Let's see. That will give me a lot of cooldown. I'm trying to understand what that thing essentially does for the build. Okay, we're going to keep the 2 hammers. We're going to keep everything. Let's do a 79 again, just to see if a 79 is faster now. All right, 79 is currently like my cornerstone of trying to figure out how well the build does. If you buy an Uber Unique with sparks, can you sell it and buy something else if you regret it, or do you lose the sparks? You could disenchant it again to get other sparks, and then you could be happy about that, and it might just not be good. So you get only 1 spark back. There's no take backsies. If you regret your decisions, then you're essentially doomed to be screwed. Oh, my cooldowns just reset nicely. Dude, my cooldowns just reset straight away. all my cooldowns. They were just up again. Okay, that was cool. Like every cooldown was just up suddenly. And I was like shouty, 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 and then like I just bled them, and it was just back. I'm back. We'll bring the consideration back of playing the ultimate if that happens. Yeah, even without lucky, oh, I just really didn't pay attention to any ground bound effects. Even without lucky hit, this is happening relatively often. Huh. I got a 3 GA glove, got offered for 600 million. Should I take it? I mean, do you want 600 million? Like, it's a simple thing. Are you happy with 600 million? Is that gonna like fill all your needs gold wise? Then just take it. When I sold a ring that I could have sold for 5 billion for 1 billion. Why? Because I had 50 million gold left and I needed gold. So I just sold it and I'm happy now. I'm still living off that 1 billion gold and I have not looked back in regret a single time. I've not been like, oh, maybe I should have sold it for more. That could have been so much better. No. By the way, if I master work these boots up further now, I get even more ranks and concussion to then even have more stuns. And if I have more stuns, I do more damage. Because again, we're kind of... Oh, by the way, I didn't actually put the aspect of anemia on, so we're stunning less, Chad. We're currently actually stunning less because we forget to put the aspect of anemia on. Okay, that cooldown reduction is kind of working nicely so far. The little things you're happy about, discovering stuff. Don't really feel like we suffered any. I don't like this. Just think about how much fire rest you could have if that masterwork created 3 times. If it at least would do something, right? I mean, if at least going past the 70% resistance would do something, I wouldn't even mind getting more resistance. But right now, you're literally getting punished for having too much, right? I like it. As much as I like the resistance system, which is not at all, not even 5%. My problem is that as soon as you get like more than the allocated resistance that you need, want, or have, you're kind of like at the spot where it's like, oh, look, mom, nice. I have 50% resistance for, oh, yeah, yes, no fucking reason. Okay, this is definitely giving me my shouts vastly more often. Right? It's like I can spam my shouts finally, which I couldn't before. That boss got it. Oh my goodness, look at the damage. Look at the damage he's taking, Chad. Jesus, what's happening? Mom, get the camera. We got him. Boys, we got him. Never stood a chance. Oh, his friends beat me. I have fallen and I can't get up. I mean, even the third stun is actually working quite good. Yeah, that was nice. Okay, could I stop getting like uniques with greater affixes and stuff? Like, this is not a streamer boosted account. How come you're not playing Holy Bolts? Because if your build relies on Holy Bolts, your build sucks. this is not meant as an offense, right? But you see that Holy Bolt got nerfed. And if your build only works because of Holy Bolts or with Holy Bolts, that's actually a really good Tuscalm of Yoritz the Mighty with a bonus attack speed affix. If it only had the 60%. But if you rely on this, then like, yeah. How are you ever going to grow out of it? How are you ever going to find out if your build is actually good? If you can't beat a boss unless he has ads, what is good about that? Could someone help me with Lilith? Thank you for reminding me that we still had something to do because we wanted to check how much more damage will we do to Lilith now. Good point. Thank you very much, sir. Because we actually had not yet had the chance to try Lilith in depth with this build to really see where it's going. But I'm happy how far we have deviated from the formula currently because this is working in a direction of a very interesting build right now. And I'm sorry, guys, I bound that item to myself because it's just too much fun to not do that. Item seems like quite solid at this point. So it gives me more critical... Does the critical strike damage versus elite works versus bosses too? Interesting question. Also, we got thorns instead of anything else. I'm going to reset this one time. Because I really don't want to have the fire resistance there. Yeah, you better. You better. You better. Seriously. Stupid game. Stupid game. I mean, seriously, what was that? Okay, I like how this is currently coming together. So you could get 100 with this build super easy, as we have shown. And the Magnum Opus could get replaced through the Rage of Harrogeth. I could even streamline the 1 to 100 progress currently with this build. So I like the double hammers. That one is working out as well for the stuns. So we're kind of like, I'm having fun with the one-hand mastery, right? The problem is that the second effect is useless on this one. So we would be getting more damage to stunned enemies, right? But my problem is that the secondary effect is useless because I don't need to get Berserking, right? I'm getting Berserking anyways. Well, the way you're moving, you're essentially moving out of my forward button press. We can stagger her quite easily. Just taking my sweet while to kill things, chat. Definitely not the speed kill you would want to have, but hey, it's possible. Would that kill me if I don't kill it fast enough? I would actually. Surprise. Should have probably taken the damage there. So we could get it down, but it's definitely too slow. You know? We could get it down, but it is too slow. Not to my liking. I've been looking into so many Barb variations. This looks the most chill and fun. I do agree, because I've done my surge before I started essentially leveling this Barb. I looked through all the Barb builds in existence to kind of see which one could we do the easiest. Oogie Boogie, thank you for the brand new subscription. Oogie, very appreciated. Happy to have you there as a supporter. Cheerio, my friend. Let's try the 99 again, chat, okay? I mean, Lilith to kill is Rogue. Again, Rogue is the easiest to kill her. Do you have to do the main game stuff like Renown? If you don't have the Renown done yet, you better do this straight away or with throwing hands. Okay. We're gonna be throwing hands, sir. Because the Renown is free skill points. You're missing 4 skill points. You cannot do any builds if you're not having these skill points. Not only are they giving you skill points, they're giving you Paragon points as well. And Paragon points are just pure damage. So you're missing that too, Paragon points. And then you're missing the Altars of Lilith, and the Altars of Lilith are partially Paragon points, partially stat points, and the stat points are needed to activate rare notes. And rare notes are activated to essentially do double the effect of what they do, which is insane. So if you don't have that, we're throwing hands. What I'm trying to tell you is do this now, because if you have it done one single time, you don't ever have to do it again. Okay? Once done and done. Then you never have to touch that thing again, and you can be happy. You can just happily live ever after, okay? Last time we took like we took 9 minutes to boss. Let's see if we're faster now because we swapped some things around, right? We're playing the chest now. That gives us more shouts. More shouts is more cowbell. More cowbell is more shouts. More everything. Well, that's a frozen dude. I don't like that. Call an ambulance. We've also done it with Yen's Blessing, so this one is now without Yen's Blessing. I don't actually see where my enemies are, what my enemies are doing, what they're up on about, like if they're going to be hurting me or not. Because I have damage numbers on, I definitely need to turn damage numbers off. That almost ended bad with me dying. Almost, because I'm still alive. The shout uptime is insanity with this though, chat. I mean seriously, like I can see why the chest is so good and why it is absolutely recommended to play. I mean the difference in like being able to use my shouts now frequently or not is there, right? I mean you've been playing the aspect of the Bold Chieftain before. But even the aspect of the Bold Chieftain doesn't in any way compare to any of this. I even cut the aspect of the Bold Chieftain because it was doing nothing for you against bosses, right? With bosses, it was virtually useless. What chest did you get? We get the Rage of Harrogeth. That gives you a cooldown reduction on your skills when you hit a bleeding enemy with a lucky hit. And since we're bleeding everything, we're essentially bleeding everything. Then you can get a second cooldown reduction. And we're not only bleeding everything, we're actually hitting everything. One thing that I don't actually know and I would like to have an answer for is if my Dust Devils have their own lucky hit chance. Because I feel like with the actual lucky hit chance I have, this shouldn't be possible to a degree. But I'm not sure if every Dust Devil itself has an own lucky hit chance. I've not seen much about that. See, this happens when you do only Necromancer deep dives and you just simply don't know. I mean, the base assumption would be, why not? There's something flying out. They should have their own lucky hit chance. Right? I had the question about the Golem 3.0 build. Oh, that's a long question, and I'm in the fire of the Mount Doom here right now. I feel like with the permanent shout uptime, we don't need Iron Shield anymore. Chat, would it be better to go back to the ulti now? To the Berserking ulti? That's the big question. So we have the shout uptime so much. If Dust Devil happens from a lucky hit, then they should not do lucky hits. No. Dust Devil don't happen from lucky hits. Dust Devil happen like from me using my skills. So I use my skill, lucky hits comes out. Dust Devil comes out. So Funky, you have to ask that question again after the pit because your question seems long and requires an attention answer. And during the pit, I cannot give attention answers. So please ask again after in case I don't answer straight away. So yeah, the thought would be with now the insane cooldown reduction happening, I could technically play an ulti again. I mean, I would like to try it out just to see how much that would be going good. Because the cooldown reduction is insane. Like, I mean, imagine I could keep that up like more or less frequently. Just give me more damage. Where's the option to turn off damage numbers in gameplay? There's a drop down menu. It's a drop down menu box, and I think it's called combat text. Okay, we're way faster, Chad. Last time we were at 6 minutes. We're literally 3 minutes faster now with all the shouts happening. Oh, Blood Bishop is a problem. I'm not sure if he actually does do the. Like if his triple fire bolt is also overtuned on me. Okay, he got instant staggered. Okay, against one enemy, my cooldown reduction is still working, but not as good as obviously when pushing. So we're taking the need for an ultimate back because it wouldn't be doing enough. Okay, I was hoping for my Dust Devils to actually destroy that. The build is like a tornado build with a double swing. This is like the Whirlwind build, but with double swing instead, yes. The damage is coming from the Dust Devil and from Bleed, because we're currently playing the Bleed a key passive, ergo we're essentially bleeding our opponent the whole time. And we're staggering them, and then we do a lot of damage. So you essentially have like our Dust Devils doing damage, then you have the Bleed doing damage. And since we're essentially having to fuel crit anyways, or boost crit up anyways, like there's no tomorrow, it kind of like fits nicely hand in hand snugly. And we're doing a lot of stagger on top of that, as you can see. I mean, the dude is getting like staggered like there's no tomorrow. Because the plan is to always have the enemy essentially staggered, because the more stagger he has, or the more staggered he is, the more damage he takes, the more efficient everything is. Right? Let's have our Dust Devils, like, hopefully just destroy the Blood Orbs, because I don't want to, like, care about the Blood Orbs. I just want to have them passively get destroyed by my Devils, essentially. And as you can see, we're mostly just standing inside any of the boss echoes. So even if he just blasts us away with his shadow thingy he does, right? It doesn't really phase us. Because the main idea is always be able to just stand still, right? Here, that's the stun. I become unstoppable, so he doesn't actually hurt me. right? That thing happens. It doesn't kill me. We position ourselves so our Dust Devils just wipe out his shit there. We reduce the damage a little bit. Flay for attack speed. That's why we're using Flay, by the way, for attack speed. Now he's going to do his Shadow Bolts, but we activate the shield to not take damage. The stun is coming, but we avoid the stun with the next shout. So we essentially have whatever he does, you have it like firmly countered, right? He does the bolts. We do the armor. We do the damage reduction shout to reduce cooldown, because when we shout, we reduce cooldowns. We need to technically dash out of that because I didn't want to take that damage there. We need to position ourselves that we're essentially hitting this. He goes the full like whatever again. We block that. Keep doing damage. Oh, we ignore her wholesale. Actually, we really ignore her wholesale. I take the blast to my face, right? We do the shout for unstoppable. Rupture, bonus attack speed. Destroy his orbs. That's what I like about the build. Sure, is there like something to do it faster? Yeah, but I put this together with very simple stuff. Oh, you try to kill me there. We ain't having that. Sorry, bruv. Rupture. Oh, that might... Nah, that's not going to turn bad. Screw it. Screw it! We used the damage reduction shout with the unstoppable shout, right? To just get some more damage reduction happening, and we survived it. Heal ourselves up. Ignore what's happening. Keep smashing. We're like only going to become stronger, right? From this point on. More masterworks, more strength. We're about to stagger him. So I guess the only problem that a lot of the damage comes also when you like stagger things, and like in the end you're just not going to be staggering that much. Try to hit me. Bet you won't. It's like, you know, there's faster builds. My Necro does it faster too, but I kind of like this. Barbarian is just stupid. I said it. I'm not taking it back. When ignoring like any kind of boss echo just because you are Barb is kind of mean. I'm out of fury. Sorry, chat. We ran out of fury there for a second. Happens to the best of us. Like when people complain about one hits, then they're just not playing Barb, right? There's definitely tons of approvals still to be made for the build. But hey, tier 99 has fallen. My goal for today. Whee! It has worked, John. It has worked. And we still have a good way to go, right? There's still a bunch of masterworks to happen. $100 is the goal. I mean, 100 is still the goal, yes, but a 99 is essentially 100, especially with the time spare. For 100, we just need to masterwork this up. It's about a proof of concept tasking. So it's working. You know what I mean? So it is working. The build is doing what it's supposed to do. And that's the number one happiness, right? Like it does what it's supposed to do. A 1 minute to well, boss. Thank you for reminding me. Let's quickly do that. And now you need to masterwork up further. Is there a limit to the pit levels? Oh, absolutely. I mean, this one is going to cap out. Like if you masterwork everything up and then you essentially like beat pit 100 with this one, you would be farming pit 100s or pit 90s actually. Like I would farm with this pit 89s right now. We can see how fast we do pit 89s, but that's what I essentially would farm with this Barb currently, most likely. and just like bring it to a point where it just goes really fast through it. I mean, Pit 200 is max, and there's actually tomorrow a patch coming that will make everything easier, guys. I'm not sure if we're going to stream tomorrow evening. We might stream tomorrow evening because I want to see the new Pit. Because their promise... So the promise is that Pit is getting easier, especially because Holy Bolt is getting nerfed. So you have to imagine that Holy Bolt is getting nerfed, and they have to adjust the Pit in a way that the Holy Bolt nerf is not suddenly going to hurt the players. That means if you're right now able to do a 110, with the new nerf, you should probably be able to do a 120. We could, like, we're going to look at the Paragon, guys. We're not done yet. Chat. We're not done yet. We are still have more experiments to do. Okay? So this is far from, like, we're not happy yet with the shape and form of the build completely. Okay? Don't you worry, child. There's more to come. Let's go back to Kerrigar and then throw an eye on the Paragon board. Because as you say, there's technically things to improve. They're nerfing the Pit. You're still not going to be able to do Pit 200. That ain't going to happen. Okay? I have a question about Golden Build 3. Thank you. Sorry, Funky Monk chat. Everyone say sorry, Funky Monk. So, I can't get the icy cooldown of Army of the Dead. I have all the effects and aspect that you show in the video. I use Blood Mist and the Army of the Dead when I start the match, but the cooldown of Army of the Dead is the same. You need to curse. So, Army of the Dead cooldown is you need to curse with Decrepify, and then you need to raise your skeletons for the aphotic aspect to trigger, and then it goes places. The best video to explain this to you. Okay, so if you don't know about the cooldown thingy, you should probably watch the video, and since we have videos on everything, that's kind of nice. So either the 115 run explains a lot of these things, or you should watch the video Minion 101. Minion 101 explains a lot of things on how minions are working. And also the minions explained down here is also going down on the cooldown reduction too. But those videos could potentially help you. Good. What did we say about the Paragon board? So in the Paragon board, chat is saying we could go into Hemorrhage. The problem is your bleeding damage increased by 15% of your vulnerable damage bonus. That's 3. So, that wouldn't work. Okay. Now, considering Hemorrhage is a board that... Let's see. What can we do in Hemorrhage? So we could get damage reduction from bleeding. We could get physical damage over time. Not needed, but the damage reduction from bleeding is actually nice. You could get physical damage. You get damage reduction from bleeding, physical damage over time. I mean, getting into that Hemorrhage would be, like, kind of stupid. So, like, in order to get here, the investment in points will really not warrant the gain. I mean, sure, you could just socket in the exploit glyph. So instead of just to give you a feeling for that, how much higher you could put this, if you play the exploit glyph, you're instantly going to get vulnerable damage, right? So then suddenly Hemorrhage is up to an 11% bonus, but still not worth it, even with this and all the points in. So actually, that wouldn't work, right? What you could consider is you could consider playing Disembowel. So for every 5 willpower purchase within range, you deal increased bleeding damage. That would just give us straight up more bleeding damage. So what we could do is you could say, hey, you know what? We don't want to play Undaunted because Undaunted is only 10% damage reduction. So that's another 10% damage reduction, but we have a lot of damage reduction. To be like, hey, you know what? Undaunted out, Disembowel back in. That at least gives us another physical damage over time. Potentially. You could get more crit chance against bleeding enemies. That would be a consideration. So bonus crit chance against bleeding enemies in order to have more crit chance, right? Because right now, more crit chance versus bleeding enemies would mean that... I mean, since our key passive is saying... When causing an enemy to bleed, you have a chance equal to your critical strike chance to increase the bleed amount by 140% off your critical strike damage bonus. More crit, more better. Correct? you update the build, we will make an updated video for this build with all the findings that we have. Because that's the least I could do for you. This is why we're doing these live streams, right? We're not doing these live streams because I enjoy doing them. No. This is work. Okay, listen. This is my gerb. I'm gerbing. By the way, chat, what we should definitely do is we should take this pants here right now. And we should totally reroll the life percent. We should totally try to get the tempers done because we need concussion and the other shit. So right now I should actually try to get imposing presence on that because that would be instantly so much more life. Oh my goodness, yes! I'm definitely asking your mom out on a date tonight, chat. I am lucky. Now, just give me concussion too, please. Give me concussion too, please. I'm not asking for much, but I'm just asking for concussion. Oh, that's bad. Do I risk now getting the concussion or do I just go for a lucky hit? That's the thing. Like, so the lucky hit would be more, is more stagger. Concussion would be better, but adding another source of lucky hit is another source of stagger. So that's that. Worst case scenario. Now we're not getting concussion, but we would instead get more imposing presence. You're dropping frames on YouTube. Not that we noticed, sir. Good. Now let's go back to the Paragon board. We had the option to go for... Where were we stuck now? Ah, yeah. So we have the option to... Wrath is in. So that's doing good. To go for Blood Feeder. So that would be more crit chance. Kind of makes sense. Then we could get otherwise... I'm just checking if there's anything else I would like to have. No? I mean, that would be the only thing I would consider, like, because more crit chance is, again, more better. So Blood Feeder, and Blood Feeder could easily be had by dropping Undaunted, and then I could flip this board around. And we could probably take enough dexterity to just activate it, right? That's, by the way, 10% vulnerable damage. Oh my goodness, chat, vulnerable damage. Wow. That's an option to prove this. Let's do some like, let's get that glyph just quickly leveled up and then we try. Katie, thank you. We appreciate you slaving away at live streaming. I know how much you hate working on video games. Yes. Horrible, chat. Horrible. This video gaming job. We don't like it. So you can expect already for tomorrow an updated build because I'll probably... Like, I'll get this glyph leveled up, then I'll rework the complete Paragon board, and we're gonna go places. When, like, seeing this, by the way, so this is your level experience. Just if you wonder, how's the level experience, actually? This is essentially your level experience. You're just going through enemies, and you're just sending them back to the lobby without ever being in danger of dying. Like, that has been my 1 to 100 of literally just carving my way through. I only died when I did something extremely stupid, which, you know, happens surprisingly often. But you're just carved your way through everything. And at, like, after level 10. So this is important. The first 10 levels are awkward because you're going to have 4 weapons. Your 4 weapons are not going to be good until you have 4 magical weapons. We're kind of going places. We're stuttering on YouTube. Are we stuttering bad? I'm checking. For me, it's working. I see what you're saying. No stutter, yeah. I have it running right now. I'm checking if this might cause it. Like, there's a world that there's something causing it. Crifter, thank you for the 59 months of support. We seem to be good. Seem to be fine now. I hate this one here because you have to collect Animus Curious. I thought Betrayer's Row is like a quick one, but it's not. But I'm literally looking for Nightmare Dungeons to just fly through, right? And the Nightmare Dungeon's like, how about no? I have to say the Rage of Harrogate, though, feels bad for normal dungeons because the enemies don't have the HP to make it work. If that makes sense to you. So everything is dying too fast to make the to make like a dent in your cooldowns, right? Whereas in the pit where enemies have more HP, it makes perfect sense. Should convert from Thorns to this build. I can't tell you that because I don't know how powerful your Thorns build is. But I can only speak for how much I'm enjoying playing this build. And you see the results. It's just simply working. I mean, we cleared a pit 99 now. And we're far from having like the coolest of the cool. I mean, we're essentially just stacking max life on our things. We could have definitely better stuff. Our amulet is kind of, I guess, questionable. Our tempers are weird. I have damage while Warcry is active. I have damage while Wrath of the Berserker is active. I'm not even playing Wrath of the Berserker anymore. Okay. I'm not even playing Wrath of the Berserker anymore. So it's kind of like, Okay, instantly a glyph to level 11. That feels good, doesn't it, Chad? I mean, seriously, it feels good. Barb does not need Melted Heart of Selig. You can use the Melted Heart of Selig as a Barb, and it would work in this build, but you don't need to. I mean, it's funny how this allows me to essentially play Dust Devil still, right? But I could also consider going into a full bleed build. So like you know, with this build, you have like two paths in front of you. You could just keep enjoying this as I do with the Dust Devils. But if you want to, you could also commit further to the bleed, right? So if you want to swap over to even more bleed and just leave the Dust Devils behind. I mean, not sure how that would look build-wise, but it's just like it would be possible, right? And we all just like options, correct, Chad? I mean, who doesn't like options? Okay, where's the warden? Was the warden now down there? Oh God, Jesus Christ, he was down there in that tiny corner. Where I was like under the impression he's totally not going to be there, because why would he? Why would the warden be down here in this corner, Chan? What could possibly make him go into that corner? Grandfather, oh, I have Grandfather, but again, I don't want to rely on it. I mean, we could just put it on, but I cannot make a build that needs Grandfather to work. That speaks against everything that is mighty. Also, I don't have Tyrael's Might. I mean, it's nice that you seem to have every single Uber unique. I don't. I just randomly yesterday dropped Grandfather. I think we did one single Tormented boss because I wanted to show chat something, and Grandfather dropped. Is Warcry your only source of Berserking? Yeah, but it's enough because my Berserking is eternal. I mean, as soon as I Warcry once, afterwards, we're not going to leave Berserking ever again, right? We're just eternal in the Berserking, as you can see. And my Warcry cooldown is also there. I mean, so double swing restores berserking, in case you don't know this. So double swing just refreshes berserking 2 seconds. So we are essentially just infinite. There's never a situation where I'm like, oh no, I don't have a berserking. Oh, wait, the door didn't exist. That was weird. I was waiting like for the door to go away, and then the door just didn't exist. And I could just walk through it. And as far as I understand, my Dust Devils are counting as my double swing for some reason. So as long as my Dust Devils are going on, they're kind of like for some reason refreshing the berserking. Oh, I accidentally interacted with the well. Didn't mean to. Out of my way, nerds. Filthy beginners. We don't wanna mess with you. Yeah, this is actually like more than enough source of Zerker Ring. Oh, that's a sword. So wouldn't a sword be technically better than an axe for the bleed build? I've been asking myself that for a while now. The two-handed sword gives me bonus intrinsic crit. Don't I want this? Get pooped on. Get pooped on. Pooped on. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Shit, one more. Fuck. Sorry. Shit. I mean, this is obviously now at the end, minimal min-maxing, but if I'm already adapting the guide, then I at least should tell you the truth of like using swords would be better. It's polearm for Flay, yeah, but that's if you would be playing Flay, but we're not playing. We're not playing bleed, okay? That's the thing. This is a build that has bleed, but it's Dust Devil. I know Flay exists, right? Flay. What's even Flay? Flay's that, right? Flay the enemy dealing damage and inflicting bleeding over time. Okay. And then you go Flay has a chance to make enemies vulnerable. Double this chance. Okay. And then when Flay deals direct damage to an enemy, they take increased bleeding damage from you for the next. Ah, okay. I see. That's probably what you do, right? Should I, by the way, get tough as nails? Should I actually get this, you know, in the build? As we're actually doing bleeding right now, I should probably try to get it in. It feels like we should probably adapt a bit. How do you have all the skills? Oh, it's the Harlequin Crest. The Harlequin Crest makes my life vastly easier because it allows me to have all the skills without putting the effort in. You got the Doombringer to drop. Doombringer can be used in various builds to essentially boost your... to boost damage reduction. There's a Shadow build, which actually does play Doombringer on the Necro, for example. Can be probably used as a crit, lucky hit chance, whatever. So there's a couple of builds where it can technically be used in. Is it insane? No. Does it work? Yes. So it's like one of these sure can be used kind of things. I'm using it. Yeah, there's a Shadow Blight critical chance Shadow Blight stack kind of Necro that will be better than ever with the new sacrifice bonuses that really heavily could profit from Doombringer. So that would be like maxing out lucky hit chance, then maxing out critical strike damage and shadow damage, which is actually interesting. So you would not be actually going for damage over time. Probably would even play the Blade Amulet on that one too. And then just go absolutely crazy. Might also be just too many things. Meta defining. No, not exactly. You get it, Mr. Fiddix. I mean, no uber unique is meta defining. So for example, my mage plays the Harlequin Crest, but instead of the Harlequin Crest, I could also play the Mage Lord aspect, which actually would be better. On the Necro, you have Heart and Bones. Like everyone at this point has like an aspect that kind of is is able to replace the Harlequin Crest. Obviously, its cooldown reduction and the resource generation is quite significant, especially for this build too. I just have my Fury up at all times. Oh god, that means the Butcher's in here, Chan. There's a goblin. You know what that means? It's the Goblin Butcher theory. I already missed the treasure backs. I kind of feel like they should make the treasure backs a thing. Chat, does anyone feel like that too? I mean, right? The treasure backs were so cool. Like, take the goblins you put in, like the masses of goblins out, but give me my treasure backs back. Right? Wee! 4 million bleed, chat. Not a lot, but it is something. A blood feeder. So how would I get the blood feeder in now? That's the big question. Hmm. Paragon board. So that's kind of like what it does. I mean, the easiest thing I could do is just take the territorial out. Do I not have the territorial somewhere in? Yeah, here. We take the territorial and we take that out. Okay. So then I lose 10% damage reduction, but I have a lot of damage reduction, so it'd be fine. And I essentially get 5% critical strike chance against bleeding enemies, and I get some more bleeding damage, right? So more damage to bleeding enemies. Ta-da. Where are you scaling bleed? Only the aspect is bleed. Sir, you might have missed everything because you're saying that. Because we're currently playing the bleed key passive. Here. Gushing wounds. We're doing a lot of bleed. Also, that's damage to bleeding enemies. It's not bleeding damage. It's damage to bleeding enemies. That's the difference. Technically, I want to have tough as nails. Just for bonus bleed for no reason. Because it's easy peasy to get. But also, we don't need that. Grab exploit. We're not using exploit. We are not using exploit. So I wanted to see how fast we do in 89 now, correct? With all the changes. I'm still unsure if the double bludgeoning hammer is worth it, guys. What do you think? So let's discuss. So far, we have 100 mace expertise, which is 10% damage to stunned enemies, double this amount when using 2 maces, which is 20%. But technically, like, the 200 expertise for the vulnerable damage should actually be better, because that's just 10% damage against vulnerable enemies. Whereas the polearm expertise gives a lucky hit chance. That is unnecessary. We really don't need this, right? Doesn't do anything for us. The 200 sword, again, would be 20% direct damage to you deal inflicted bleeding damage over 5 seconds. And I'm not sure if that's actually really useful over the 20% damage multiplier, because that's the 20% damage multiplier. Where this is just a 10% damage to vulnerable, right? It's just like a no-brainer. I feel like I want to have the one-handed mace expertise, but I feel like it's unnecessary. Okay, let's see. How fast do we do in 89? Let's swap in the... Training room and see. Well, the problem with the training room is you can't really see it, you know? Like, you're blasting away, but do you actually see it? Oh, there you are. So you notice how our shouts are all just coming back like in an instant, and that is because of the Rage of Harrogeth that we're currently playing. And yes, we got a double greater affix Rage of Harrogeth, because why not? We just pulled it. I'm sorry. I didn't even know that Rage of Harrogeth existed until now. So that's the fun part about me playing Barb. I'm just discovering new things, you know? But it's working like so good to just make everything work even better. And it's making like the pushes so much faster, because if we're playing like a bunch of these nerds here, I'm just getting like one shout after the other, right? The shout cooldowns are just going down and everything just dies. Well, we definitely have gotten so much faster in comparison to what we did at the beginning of the day. So the difference is huge, honestly. And we still have not used Grandfather, right? Keep that in mind. We always have the opportunity to put Grandfather in. We also don't have a single critical strike damage tempering. So again, we could change all our berserking temperings over to critical strike temperings on my rogue to essentially just boost the damage into oblivion. But that would also need a complete new set of weapons and me to actually do that, because I kind of feel like that's still very cheesy to do. But I would be directly going crazy. I like how we turned this build though rather undying now with the changes. So I'm really happy with what we did. And the fun part is we also got more damage reduction, because we got damage reduction from bleeding. I didn't even know that damage reduction from bleeding was a thing until I got it. Now I have it and I'm happy. Right? The bonus crit chance seems to be working, by the way, very well too. I mean, currently we're sitting at a 55% crit chance, which is still not high. So I like what would I be aiming for? 60% plus crit chance. Okay, because right now the key passive works the best the more crit chance you have, right? And I'm definitely missing that. I mean, I don't have a greater affix crit chance on my gloves, like, right? I have greater affix core skills, which is actually kind of useless, I guess, probably. Like, you just want crit chance, more cowbell. Well, what are we sitting at? We're sitting at 49%. Yeah, 55%. Would you use Skies with this? What? We weren't bleeding. Now we're bleeding. I hope that answers your question about Starless Skies. We could still see if we want to change an aspect, because currently we're playing an aspect that only works if the boss is staggered, guys. And I'm not sure. I'm still not sure about that. Hello? So the fun part is we used to do this pit in how many minutes, Chad? We used to take like 9 minutes or so for this. And now it's almost looking like we could have a 5-minute clear happening. Right? Oh, yikes. That's how much the build has improved today, right? It's kind of nice. That's kind of nice, but we still have to look for yeah, better temperings, because the temperings are just like really sad right now. When we essentially have damage while zerking, like we're missing out currently on 200% damage potentially because of like the weirdness we're having going on there. And we need to talk about aspects still, Chan. I still want to use the stun aspect for more bleed. I know it's just not good, Could the dude just stop disappearing? It's so annoying. I know it's this thing, guys. That's what he does. He just disappears. You're just like rather annoying. Oh, come on now. Really? All the wolves? Like, my only downside, only one source of vulnerable currently, right? One source of unstoppable. So I gotta be hoarding that source of unstoppable, but I tend to use the shout just for damage reasons because I'm impatient as fuck. Right? Guess that's on me. I could just hoard it. I just don't hoard it. I figured out, by the way, that I survived that, Chad. So we figured out if Lilith jumps down on me, on my head, I do actually, in fact, survive that. Why did we find that out? Because we wanted to. Good. Another Stygian stone. We've gotten so many Stygian stones. Like in today's stream, it's like 4 or 5 in total. Right? You're a bit more squishy. Well, we're a bit more squishy also because we haven't masterworked that armor, right? Okay, so what we have to talk about, Chan, is we're currently using this aspect, right? It's the aspect distant enemies have a chance to be stunned, and then you deal 30% increased damage to stunned or knocked down enemies. This is technically interesting because as soon as the boss is knocked, there's a 60% damage increase, and that's nice. The same kind of goes for this. That's a 20% flat damage increase. But again, I just simply don't see another aspect for me to play. Why are you doing this to me? I just don't like... Is there anything utility-wise that we could play? Is there good utility aspects still left? Is there resource aspects? Nothing really, correct? I mean, you get some more Fury, but Fury is useless. We get... Your stealths generate primary resource per second while active. I mean, that's funny, but it doesn't do anything. Right? I mean, you could put Bold Chieftain back in and just take this damage thingy out so we get more, but that's also bad. Ripping or Rapid? We have Ripping already, so Ripping is in. So here, we got Berserk Ripping on the amulet even, right? Inner Calm, Inner Calm doesn't work on Barb because Barb like takes a step forward and then takes a step forward and takes a step forward. So while you're actually bossing, while you're pushing through things, you so rarely get Inner Calm that I felt like it's not really working because the boss only has to take one single step and your Inner Calm is gone, and then your Inner Calm is gone, and then you blah, blah, blah. What aspect would you drop for Grandfather? We would be dropping the aspect here, the Warcry aspect, and we would put on, like, instead of the... We probably put the Dust Devil thingy away. So that's the problem. Like the Dust Devil double cast. The double swing Dust Devil thingy would probably have to go away because the size thingy is too good. Because the size thingy gives us 100% bonus damage, right? So, I mean, like, it would be down from a two-handed weapon to a one-handed weapon. So we would still have it. It wouldn't go away. You put on Yen's Blessing. We could put on Yen's Blessing, but we do need the aspect here that we're getting the vulnerable bonus stuns for the stagger. So that's really important to actually get the stagger out. Which means that, like, these are my only slots for... These are my only slots for utility aspects, so I can't put them anywhere else. Actually, gloves can have a utility aspect, so technically I could put the... We put the Dust Devil build on Mobalytics. It is on Mobalytics, but we will put the updated build there. Okay. Mm. Yeah, so if we put we could put on Yen's boots. So for example, if I wanted to play Yen's for even more shouts. But so the thing about Yen's is for more shouts that we're already having more shouts because of the Rage of Harrogeth. So that wouldn't work. But actually it doesn't work because we need the Fury per second. Let's forget that. Okay. We need the Fury per second to actually have our Fury up, else we don't have enough Fury. Has turned out to be necessary. Okay. By 200 axe on a sword, I don't have a sword. I have a sword here that has damage over time. I don't have a good two-handed sword. That's an in sword. That's one-handed swords. That's one-handed swords. That's a necro sword. That's int overpower resource cost. That's vulnerable damage max life in int. That's intelligence again, right? And the Barb does not need intelligence. Yeah, you don't have the chest on. Like, I'm just thinking, like, I want a better aspect than the retribution. Right? I want something on my weapon that's not retribution, but it can't be intercom. But I want to play Skullbreaker. Stunning a bleeding enemy deals 40% damage of their total bleeding amount to them as physical damage. I like the idea of this. But it's not working against bosses because we're at the same problem. If I use this against a boss, right, it only works when they're staggered. We could play Wanton Rupture, right? But also we figured out that that is actually not as good as you think it is, especially now as we're playing the Rage of Harrogeth and we're spamming Rupture even more. So that really doesn't make sense. I'm also not sure if it's better to let the bleed just stack up. Right? I'm not even sure if Rupture is even good. To act, like, apart from the attack speed bonus, right? But is it even helping? Or would it be better to let the bleed just stack up? Would Tusk Helm give you more damage than Shaco? That is a very good question that I cannot answer. Do you have Remoladins? We tried out Remoladins, and we figured out that it was more efficient to actually play another thing because of the critical strike damage bonus. Right? Especially if I would temper it for critical strike damage. It seemed to be better. I mean, we tried out Remoladins for the longest time possible. And then we actually swapped it out for the second thingy. What we could do, though, now is we could actually test back again if it's working. So like here, we could go back to the Remoladins if we wanted to. Because we simply haven't, right? Because, again, we weren't happy about the aspect. The problem is what would essentially happens when we do the Remoladins now. We're losing crit, so you're losing essentially 60% crit. But technically, you would be gaining some more damage. So we can do the same PID level. Mr. Tig-tastic, thank you very much for the second month of support, Tig. Appreciation. Happy to see you with us. Yeah, Rupture has a UI bug, not a real one, exactly. I'm just not still sure if Rupture is, like, actually so good to play. Everyone dies to the bleed. All right, well, let's see if the Remoladins, if we're back to more damage with it. I mean, it felt like a bit bad in between, but maybe it just felt bad. I mean, it's interesting that we have essentially all the aspects in the world, right? But we can't use them because we don't have any good aspects to use. It's good how we are undying. That's just has me the happiest. Great. We all love your stupid walls that you're putting up. They're not annoying at all. But I love that cooldown from the Rage of Harrogeth. I mean, like, I said this so, like, from the beginning on playing the build, I was like, we need something to reduce shout cooldowns more. And chat was like, there's nothing. Chat lied to me. Chat, why did you lie to me? Why did you keep the Rage of Harrogeth from me? Like, there's nothing, Pony. You gotta play the aspect of the Bold Chieftain, Pony. I'm like, what? That's a shit. No one likes that. The aspect of ripping should be placed on a two-hand. I don't know if that would lead to more damage. The problem with the aspect of Berserk ripping is that it's like from the it's from base damage of like everything, right? And also don't forget that my Dust Devils are also doing a significant amount of damage. I'm not actually sure what's doing more damage, the Bleed or the Dust Devils at that point, right? I think both are doing amazing. Probably the Bleed is doing more damage, let's be fair. We'll probably put the aspect of Berserk ripping on the 200 weapon. Give it a try. I mean, worst case scenario, we can just give it a try and see how it goes. To feel like how much more damage are we doing? Rapid and Moonrise is better at 200 weapons. Sir, we're not playing a basic skill. Rapid and Moonrise only work on basic skills. We're not a basic skill build. This is not the build. It shouldn't matter which one of them is on a two-hand. It should, because the Dust Devils are only flying out to do damage, while the bleeding thingy is kind of like compounding interests, I guess, because they're like stack. And I kind of like, oh god, Jesus Christ, call an ambulance, but not for me. Call an ambulance again, but not for me. Like, do you see that cooldown reduction? Like twice? We didn't even like remotely have fear of death there. Jeez, we're going fast. It's nice when a plan comes together, slow and steady. I didn't actually want to change the build up this much today. Like, I wasn't expecting the build to you know, change this much. I was actually pretty happy with what I had, because it was working, right? What I had was simply working. But you can always be better. That was 4 minutes to boss. So it seems like Ramaladin's is actually more damage again, but let's see, like, without the bonus stagger now. We're missing, I mean, we're missing essentially out on 60% bonus damage as we stagger, but we are getting essentially 60% bonus damage the whole time. The only problem is now we have Ramaladin's back in. We need to get more Fury, because right now we're down to 150 Fury because we didn't take all the Fury available to us. I'm totally gonna keep my yell now for being able to tank this. Yep. That works out quite nicely. And it's just so useful to like not give a flying fart about dodging. Apart from that one. We figured out I could survive that, but You don't always have to risk everything, right, Chan? Sometimes we can be reasonable. Eat that nerd. By the way, in case you wonder, chat, yes, we have cleared that. We have cleared that 99 today. So that has worked out. So like that's why I'm saying that the aspect of knock a doodle down is useless. Because now the aspect of knock a doodle down, which gives me 60% more damage, right? In the whole time we have been beating up against this opponent, would have done nothing. So we would have been getting the 60% more damage in case he is staggered, but he ain't staggered. And obviously we will get him staggered in the long run. Okay, that was a bit too greedy for my liking. I would do it again. I regret nothing. That was good. Oh, that's another Stygian stone. Jeez. I like it. Oh, we could quickly... We have 2 Stygian stones right now, correct? We could do another... Let's try this out now. With swapping the aspect. So let's say we would take the aspect of Dust Devils, okay? And we would now put the bleeding aspect here. So this is ripping. And ripping would now do like my base damage more, right? 60% instead of 45%, so another 15%. And this one would be the Dust Devil aspect goes on the amulet. So it's actually not that bad because the Dust Devil aspect is now then like 50% higher, right? Instead of 200% higher. Bigger, more, higher, increase, larger, booty. Are you making a new video? Yes, now that we changed it so significantly, we have the 1 to 100, and then we need to make a new on this one. By the way, chat, shout out to everyone that's actually here on Twitch and YouTube. We have almost 2,000 viewers gathered together, and I appreciate that. So I hope you're all having a nice Sunday, right? You will get another 5 more streams before I actually head out on vacation. But don't worry, even if I'm out on vacation, we'll be covering the campfire chat on Friday evening. And I'll actually be in Greece then. No, I'll be actually in Greece then. But I'll definitely cover the campfire chat. Might miss some days of the PDR. Hopefully not. What are the changes? All the changes are significant. I mean, we introduced way more bleed into this, but I'm not yet happy with every single change. So we have to just like alternate. Maybe some more paragons, right? We have to get more crit because we're currently only at. I mean, against bleeding enemies, we're at 55% crit. We get more damage. We get a lot of attack speed. I'm kind of happy, but not super happy. Right? Not 100%. Okay, so what do we swap right now, chat? We put our bleeding aspect. So whenever you deal direct damage while berserking, inflict 60% of the base damage dealt as additional bleeding damage. What I don't understand completely is what they understand under base damage. You know? What's the base damage? Is the base damage without Ramaladins, for example, multiplying it up? Would it be more base damage if I would do it with a two-handed weapon? It feels like we're inflicting more bleed from a feels like perspective right now. Well, we've killed him before, so this is the second time we're now going for Greg. We essentially have like as a comparison that we did do this before, and it does seem faster. Anyone with me on this one? It seems vastly faster. I mean, I'm trying to see the bleed damage, but the problem is like seeing the bleed damage is hard because I don't know which value is the bleed damage essentially. Yeah, this is faster. This is faster by a margin. This is faster. I do need to do some deep diving on understanding how bleed damage works and what actually scales the bleed damage, because this is what's a little bit missing for me right now. I'm just not 100% sure what actually scales the bleed damage. So would more damage to bleed scale the bleed damage? Would it be like, what is it that I'm looking for essentially to get more bleed damage on him? I went ping pong there. Yeah, this is certainly faster. Rupture consumes bleed damage, we know. But it gives me attack speed, so I can attack faster and I can do more bleed. And since I'm essentially infinite resource, it doesn't really matter to me because I got an infinite resource. So there's no downside to actually getting the attack speed, because usually would say like with the overwhelming amount of attack speed we're getting, and we're kind of sitting at 140% attack speed, right? You would reach the point where you're consistently out of fury, but we're actually never out of fury. So it's kind of like the point where all the bonus attack speed is actually adding so nicely up, and the more attack speed, I mean, it's every time we do direct damage, the bleeding damage stacks up. So the more bleeding damage we do, the more bleeding damage would stack up, right? So more is more in this case. Okay, yesterday we got the grandfather. Today we got more Remoladins, and they're actually not good. We got an Ancient's O's. We got another Twin Strikes. Oh god, we got another Twin Strikes with another double swing greater affix. And we got another Rage of Harrogeth. Oh, by the way, he's getting a 30% HP nerf, guys. Hey, chat, did you know? 30% HP nerf. Yeah, just like that. You should look into Tuskhelm and Godslayer. Tuskhelm and Godslayer are both options. I don't like Godslayer because it's only 60% 3 seconds every 12 seconds. Tuskhelm could technically be more damage, but my problem again is we're talking about base damage. Okay, so the bleed is here being calculated off the base damage. Does that mean that if my double swing does more base damage, like 30,000 right now, that it would deal more bleed? Correct? Because I go berserking, correct? So I go berserking. Berserking is active, correct? And then you bleed damage them. So and that's already that, right? You have the 200,000 bleed damage, right? And then we do all the thingy. So that might be the thought where more is more. Right? Well, let's see, like if we just mash away at this, like so like the saying, right? We're just mashing away, we rupture, and then we're just mashing away again with the bonus attack speed, and you would essentially look at all the bleed we're doing right now. It's quite nice bleed. And that's if I now, let's say if I now would take away the if I would now take out the Tuskhelm. I had a better Tuskhelm. Where's my better Tuskhelm? I don't know where the other Tuskhelm right now. So we would take the Tuskhelm, right? And you would berserk, you would go away, and we would just rip that, and we'd go and you would stack up like everything. I mean, first and foremost, we like the resource generation now, and the bleed is also lower, right? I mean, we do also like the resource generation, which is kind of like an important part of this. What's your critical strike damage bonus? My critical strike damage bonus is 1,000 currently. So technically what we could do is we could whip out the grandfather and replace my axe, for example, and do the same again. Just damage away. But interestingly enough, the highest bleed we've had so far was with all the other stuff going on, huh? Because we're also losing some critical strike damage there, but we're at 1,600 or at 1,000, right? But that's like currently my problem, that I'm not entirely sure what is essentially stacking like bleed up the most, right? What's essentially making bleed do the most damage? Where's bleed getting like the stacks from? Right? I mean, we have like some good bleeds happening, but so what scales bleed? Like, is it only bleed itself that scales bleed essentially? Yeah, I know that it's crit strike damage that scales bleed, but it's still like if you now get, so you have this one, right? That gets obviously scaled by crit strike damage. But if you're doing this 60% bleeding damage, so this here, whenever you deal direct damage while berserking, inflict 6% of the base damage dealt as additional bleeding damage. But what scales that bleeding damage? You know? So if, like, is that physical damage over time? Right? There's a note that scales vulnerable to bleed also. Yeah, it's 3%. So I know you're talking about hemorrhage, but the problem is hemorrhage, your bleeding damage is increased by 15% of your vuln damage. 3%. The biggest problem is that in order to scale this, okay, in order to scale this, you would have to probably forego strength, or you would have to forego critical strike damage. But if you're then foregoing critical strike damage, then you would be missing out on all the critical strike damage for gushing wounds. Right? You should have blue gems in your weapons, but then I would again scale that one metagaming instead of scaling gushing wounds. So I'm not sure what is better. Like if I now lose, what is this currently? It's 50, 100, 150% roughly on critical strike damage. If we now replace this through blue gems, I mean, wait, we can just do that. I should have the amount of blue gems available. I think I'm able to craft this. Let me kill everything. As far as see, I can just randomly make I need 6, right? 6? Yeah. We can make 6 sapphires, so we could drink that out. That would be another % damage, and now on the Paragon board that would lead to us having 21%. Right? I mean, technically, and here's the interesting part, technically, we could obviously look for vulnerable in the Paragon board as well, because there is, for example, in that board, there's some vulnerable here. So I could technically try to pass through this, because this is like this is a dex board. So there's a world where I could say no more willpower here, and maybe instead of going for the 4% more life, I could go over this. So like you know, like that, instead of going over that side, you're going over this side to essentially pick that up with another 15% more vuln, and then you could get another 10% more vuln. So I could easily get more vulnerable damage, right? To get to do that. But I think that's what I'm gonna do tomorrow. So I'm not gonna do this tonight, okay? Chan, I'm not going to do that now. I'm going to do that tonight. So I have to have the guide up tomorrow, and then tomorrow you're going to see the thing that we came up with, right? Because I need to now take care of my wife who hasn't slept tonight because she was out partying until 7 a.m. in the morning. That means I'll need to take care of the children so she can actually sleep. Tomorrow you'll see the full build, what I came up with, okay? That we can then see if this is actually better, and hopefully you'll like what I came up with, okay? So you're going to get the updated build guide, but you're also going to get the live stream, and we can more discuss what we could do. And I'll be running some in-depth tests on more, because people were asking, could the tusk count be better? Probably not, but I'll still run some more tests on this, okay? Wish you a great good night. Also, just ask Rob is never an option, Auntie, because I'm a content creator and I like to make content and find out things. Why would I just ask someone when I have this? This is a head, and it looks beautiful and humble to figure out things myself. That being said, have a great good night, and see you very soon again.